6:30, and this meeting of the Montpelier City Council is called to order. Yeah, you mute yourself. There you go. To help us have a welcoming, respectful, and productive meeting, let's begin with a few shared norms. We want to understand who is participating in the discussion, so please, if you're online, please display your first and last name, and whenever you speak, whether online or in person, please begin by stating your name and where you live. We want everyone to have the opportunity to speak, so please keep your comments to the allotted time when that is relevant, and focus your remarks on the agenda item under discussion when applicable. Since we will be having public discussion on select agenda items, we're going to go back to 3 minutes for general business and appearances and 2 minutes for agenda items. We want to have respectful and constructive dialogue, so let's please focus our comments on policies, decisions, and ideas rather than individuals, and let's keep our thoughts about someone's character or intent to ourselves or to some other forum. We want to have an organized and accessible meeting, so speakers do need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. If you have several questions, please ask them all together. And finally, we want the council to be able to complete the public's business in an orderly way. So the rules of procedure and the rules of conduct in the agenda packet will guide the meeting and may be applied as needed to keep the meeting moving and ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. I'd like to thank everybody for coming and participating in the democratic process and for helping us create a meeting where everyone can be heard and where the community's business can be conducted respectfully and effectively. Now, before we get down to business, let's just take a moment to fully come into this place. If you'd care to join me, I'm going to put my feet flat on the floor. I'm going to take a few deep breaths. I'm going to put my text messages and other things aside and stay here in the room. And before we go on, I'd just like to share, this is chapter 15 from the Tao Te Ching. Careful as someone crossing an iced over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment, not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. There are 5 counselors in the room, and I see Counselor Sheridan online. Counselor Sheridan, would you just speak up so we know we can hear you and acknowledge that you're here with us?
Hello.
Hi, Jim. All right, thank you for that. We'll next move on to item number 3, which is to approve the agenda. Normally, I would just say that without objection, we will approve the agenda, but I want to point out that we have slated a couple of items specifically for public comment, and I wanted to give all the counselors an opportunity to make changes to that if you would like, and someone make a motion, we'll have a second and we'll vote on it. But the items that currently we're planning on having public comment for are number 7, the Berlin Street road closure, and number 8, the homelessness update. Go ahead, Counselor Gill.
The process behind choosing what got public comment and what didn't. I don't think we discussed that.
We didn't discuss that. So that's sort of why we're having this conversation now. In making the agenda with the city manager, we sort of determined that there would be a desire for public comment on these particular topics, and that we would benefit from hearing from the public on those things. The others, I didn't feel there was new information that we would hear. Most of these things are either procedural in nature, but the reason we're discussing it is if anyone feels we should open up for public comment, then they should make that motion. And then if we have a second, we'll vote on it. And if the council agrees, then we will do that. Would anyone care to move to change? Yes, Councillor Cohn.
Yeah, we talk about that and we discussed that it is under mayor's discretion, right, to decide. But I will feel more comfortable if we open all the items to public comment and then mayor can decide what to do. If like it takes more time than we are expecting. So I will, for that reason, I can make a motion. And if council says, okay, we can do, if they say no, we can just go with the way it is listed on the agenda.
Sure. So what is the motion? The motion is,
I make a motion to open all the agenda items for public comment, not only two of them listed on the current agenda.
okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Well, there is some discussion, I'll say. I feel that the mayor's discretion portion of it is sort of how I came to these. I do understand that that's a change for us. So happy to discuss. Councillor Doyle, were you going to say something?
Well, I'm wondering if we could just get clarification. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing because anybody can comment on anything they want during general businesses and appearances, any item on the agenda. What, Halen, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your motion is that we'll open up to every item on the agenda at the, open up to public comment at that time in the agenda, right?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Based on our rules, they cannot make any comments about the agenda items. They can only talk about the things they are not on the agenda item. That's
So-
what we discussed this in the last.
So according to the rules of
meeting.
conduct, if there's public comment on an agenda item, then that comment on that agenda item must be limited to that agenda item. And we have asked that during general business and appearances, that those comments can be open to anything, including, I think we had discussed last time, even if there was going to be an agenda item, but we had also said that if you wanted to speak on an agenda item during general business and appearances, that we would ask you to not to speak again during that agenda item.
I don't think we
Go ahead.
we
Yeah,
made
sorry.
a change though. If we did the change, I'm okay. I can just like draw my motion, but Sal suggested that. But then Ben said, let's work on together, Sal, and we can bring a proposal to do that. So there was no change. So our rules are still public, general comments will be only the things that people want to share and they are not on the agenda item. I'm just trying to remember, and I remember that we just left it there.
That
It was
is,
Sal's proposal.
so there was discussion to review those rules and to bring them back. But the motion that was carried last week or last meeting was to cancel the pilot and return to the rules of conduct as they had been adopted in April of 2022.
And in those ones, people cannot make any comments during the general comment session. If they want to talk about agenda items, they have to wait for those agenda items. That were the rules.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So we've made an effort to call out which items we're going to hold public comment on so that folks can hold those comments on that topic until that time.
So just a clarification. I think I get what Palin's saying. So are you saying then, like White and Burke contract, since that's on the agenda, you can't talk about that during general appearances because it's on the agenda, but it doesn't have public comment next to it? Like it's contradicting what you're saying. So I think until we get it figured out, I'll continue my second to her motion because I think it is very confusing. And I just want to be very clear when people can comment, and when they can't. And I'd rather be overly, just let people talk until we get clarity because what the rule, like what you're saying is just contradicting each other, so. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or debate on this before we take a vote? Counselor Brown?
For some reason, my computer isn't loading up the rules of conduct. Oh, sorry, I was trying to read the rules of conduct, but it's not coming up. And I'm wondering if the part about the chair's discretion is written in there or it is not. I'm just wondering how.
It is
binding
written in the
those-
rules of conduct.
Yeah.
That's where all the discretion language is,
Right.
yeah.
So that I'm just not sure it's necessary. I think if the chair decides that people can comment on anything they want during general business and appearances, I think that's okay, according to our rules of conduct. But I can't see it, so I'm not 100% sure, but maybe someone else can see that.
Ms. Prim?
Thank you, Evelyn Prim, Communications Coordinator. Since I was the acting manager during this meeting, I took my notes on this, and hopefully John has them reflected in the minutes, but the notes that I took have the rules to go back to basically discontinue the pilot, but to also allow comment on any topic on or off the agenda during general business. So for the agenda today, we have the items that don't have public comment. From my notes and my recollection of that meeting, any member of the public during general business and appearances could then talk about that item.
Palin is correct that that motion was withdrawn,
Oh.
so it was not finalized.
Glad we checked.
So I think we did leave it, right? That Sal and I were gonna work on something and come back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess I would say just like in the spirit of compromise and moving us along, why don't we just have public comment available on anything anybody wants to talk about that's on the agenda? And then we'll work on it.
Are you saying to have as,
Yeah,
yeah, okay, so let's take a vote. So the motion before us is to allow public comment on every agenda item. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
Aye, sorry.
Thanks. Any opposed? Any abstain? All right, the motion carries. We will hold public comment on every agenda item. Thank you for that dialogue. That's important. So then, with that change, if there are no objections, we will approve the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. We'll now move on to item number 4, general business and appearances. If anyone in the room would like to speak or anyone online, we'll start in the room. Mr. Bellini, if you would please, we've removed the podium because some folks need to come in wheelchairs. And so this way, everyone comes to the same place.
Stand up the steps. Unaided.
The elevator does work again.
Sure, now when I'm trying the stairs. Hi, I'm Dave Bellini, everybody. Good to see you all. The elevator's working now. When I was driving on Barry Street today, I noticed, whoa, that is one big bike path. And you could put landing lights on it. So I thought, the question is, do you think that's gonna pose an issue?
Would you please speak into the microphone so that everyone can hear clearly? Thank you.
Do you think that's gonna pose an issue in the winter because it's wide? So that's my question. And my comment on it is, that is one big wide strip and it's level and it's straight. And I thought to myself, maybe it could be used in addition to a bike path, because there's really not that much traffic on bikes, and for some other fun purposes. To wit, the left side of my brain says, you could do sprinting events there, on foot, on bicycles, on rollerblades, because it's a straight line, side by side. Get the kids involved. You could get the little kids. You could have a chalk contest where they chalk up, the sidewalk. That would be fun. And the right side of my brain said, why not a pop-up art exhibit where you block some of it off and you have either paintings and sculptures, and you can take a walk down, maybe a ride down, because we have a lot of artists, a lot of good artists in Montpelier. So you could have some fun events like that. I mean, I could go further, but, you know, like, you could hold a 21st century festival of Lubricale to celebrate community and life. You don't have to go whole Roman, because I know you know some of that stuff. You have to look that one up. The other question I had was, Turret House is up and running, and that's good. And I wondered if that was going to have a bias towards serving the people that need assistance in Montpelier specifically, or does it draw from wherever, the whole state? I have no idea. I'm ignorant on that. So I hope it has a bias toward helping folks in Montpelier with their housing problem, and that's just a question I had. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Mr. Whitaker?
Yes, Steve Whitaker. I'll again remind you that according to our charter and state law, that you don't have the discretion without an ordinance to put these limits. And it certainly don't, the council did take a vote when Jim Sheridan got back on, and general business and appearance was voted to 5 minutes. So I saw how cleverly it got compacted to 3 at your discussion, and I don't buy it. I've submitted I've got a written statement I'll give to the clerk and ask that it be incorporated into the minutes, because it has more detail than I will belabor with here verbally. Public records, no fewer than 35 of my records requests are now ripe for Superior Court. Our city manager has taken to ignoring the 5-day required response time for appeals. And we're not paying her that kind of money to ignore the law. You know, this is basic fundamental public records transparency accountability. And it's not okay to be ignoring the law. So the fact that you all are now aware of it, you can attempt to do something about it. The pattern is current. Just today, the city invoked an extension on 3 separate requests citing staff members' unavailability. That's not a lawful basis under statute. There's 3 lawful bases, and that's not one of them. So public records are to be made available in a timely manner unless 3 specific unusual circumstances occur, and none of those 3 accounts for somebody, the custodian of the record. Probably the city manager or the communications director is the custodian of all the city's records. So you don't get to take whoever's on vacation and say, oh, they're the custodian of that one. So I have responded and said none of those are, the current timeline still applies. North Branch Knoll, the fencing there still impedes lawful constitutionally protected assembly and still blocks the safety access to the emergency disconnects for the EV chargers after repeated notice. At this point, the action is willful, which is a legal term that you should be aware of. East State Street, the records that have been produced show no pre-survey certified notices to abutting landlords as the statute requires. The city is issuing a notice after the survey instead, but that doesn't cure it. Meanwhile, Green Mountain Power was setting poles in the sidewalk, in the road, and it took escalation to the CEO to get a response the city manager would not give. The survey needs to start over, and the poles need to be relocated after. There's probably 7 or 8 of them that have to be moved. That's an expensive move, and it'll be interesting to know who pays for it.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Underneath
Whitaker.
all of this,
Your
I'm
time's
going to talk
expired.
5 minutes.
No, sir.
You haven't taken a vote to change the 5-minute rule that was adopted when Jim Sheridan got on the council. And you do not have that discretion,
Mr.
especially under
Whitaker?
open meeting law.
Mr. Whitaker,
Underneath all of this is one chronic problem, a government that doesn't know or will not follow the rules that govern its own process committees and public lands.
Mr. Whitaker, you are out of order.
not out of
Your
order.
time is
I
expired.
have 5 minutes under
You
general
do
business.
not have 5 minutes. We have 3 minutes for public comment.
No, it's 5 minutes. It was changed when Jim Sheridan got on the, are you not aware of that?
Mr. Whitaker, are you
Did
not
you-
aware that we have gone back to the rules of conduct that give us the discretion of how to run the meeting?
We're set. to
Mr.
vote.
Whitaker, you're out of order
Not out of
for the
order.
second time.
I'm not out of order.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna go 5 minutes.
I would suggest that we let him continue until he's done talking. And then I think maybe we just need to clarify what exactly we're gonna do when someone repeatedly is out of order and refuses to.
But
ride
I'm not out of order. The law is
I
on my
understand, I
side.
understand. So I just think maybe we let him finish and then we talk about what we're gonna do kind of moving forward of how we're gonna handle these types of situations which seem to be repeating themselves.
All right, in the effort of, in the spirit of de-escalating, I accept your section. Go
And
ahead.
the law. Thank you for adhering to the law. So unanswered open meeting law violation notices. The executive session of the CCR subcommittee, April 26th, lapsed, no response, deemed denied. Executive session, April 29th, lapsed, no response, deemed denied. Serial deliberation with the VHFA evaluation material or informed VHFA prior employee.
Thanks for the clarification.
No response, deemed denied. The council, a subcommittee of the council, open meeting law violations go to the full council. The subcommittee has no administrative role to answer those. So for y'all to sit there and ignore a 10-day mandatory response to either meet and deny or accept the violation, and then if you accept the violation, then you have 14 days to fashion a proper cure. But you should know this stuff by now, because you've got a chronic pattern of violating the law. The executive session of where the decision was made in executive session of the CCR subcommittee. And then the regular council meeting of June 10th, that you had until the 20th to meet. And apparently, did you consult the council on whether they wanted to meet, or did you decide to deny it unilaterally? Because the law and your council will advise you that the law requires you to meet within the 10 days and either admit or deny the violation. And I'd like to understand how these decisions are getting made, because you're bringing a liability to the city to continue to be a scofflaw with these most basic fundamental open meeting and public records laws. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you for your comments. Before we proceed with other comment, would you like to make a motion?
I don't know that I'd like to make a motion. I think maybe we could just talk about it a little bit, just as a practice of how we're going to, and this isn't specific to Mr. Whitaker, although, I mean, this is a great example of it. You know, when someone does not follow our rules of procedure or contests the validity of the rules of procedure, you know, how are we going to kind of maintain order as a council? You know, I think it can escalate, right? And we could bring in police, and I don't think that that's a really good thing to do. I think really maybe what we should just consider is when there's, you know, you're repeatedly asking someone to stop talking because they're out of order or they're not following our rules of procedure, I think we should adjourn the meeting. You know, take a 5-minute break, de-escalate, come back. If the behavior continues, I think we should adjourn the meeting, de-escalate, wait 5 minutes, come back. You know, I think we just kind of need to do that. And then, you know, if that consistently doesn't work, then I think we look at another strategy. But I think we're kind of like making it up on the fly a little bit in a pretty tense situation. And I think we just need to be very intentional about how we're going to respond and maintain a culture that allows us to do the city's business, because this is our meeting that the voters elected us to come to this meeting to do the city's work, and to allow people to comment on it. It's important, but we need to be able to do the city's work. And we can't if there's just a basic lack of decorum.
Other comments? Ms. Curry.
Sure, if I may make a suggestion, the motion that held at the last meeting was to end the pilot, which reverts the procedures back to the procedures that were prior to whatever the November date was, that those were adopted. So I can read to you the procedures that were in place at that time, which might help guide what you were doing before the pilot was instituted. Would that be helpful?
Sure. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Looks like Councilor Brown has, okay. You have a call to order by the mayor, your meeting logistics and remote introductions. If you are joining remotely, please change your name to be your first and last name. When you speak, please start by stating your name and where you live. We recommend that you keep your comments or questions under 3 minutes. If you are speaking about a specific agenda item, please keep your comments germane to the topic at hand. If you wish to speak, you must be called on by the mayor. Once you are called on by the mayor, you may make a statement or ask questions. But if you have multiple questions, please ask them all consecutively, as the council generally does not allow back and forth comments or questions. If you speak out of turn, discuss non-germane topics, go on too long, etc., you may be interrupted and asked to adjust your comments or behavior.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification so that everybody can hear that. I think there's kind of two different things going on. There's a question of, were we doing things properly, as we were challenged by a member of the public saying we were doing things improperly, and you've addressed that we were not. But then there's this other issue of the member of the public who continues to disrupt the meeting even after getting an answer, even after getting a response, which so I want to go back to what Ben was saying and try to figure out, what are we going to do when that happens? Because I also would really prefer not to call the police. That just seems like a
Sure.
really extreme and ultimately unhelpful move. But I think when Councilor Doyle said adjourn the meeting, I think he meant recess the meeting.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't think we should all go home. I think we
Yeah.
should recess it. Yeah.
But I do think that at some point, that's what we have to do. Is so maybe we recess the meeting first, and then if that doesn't de-escalate and calm things down, then we can't run the meeting. So we get to a point where we can't do our business. We can't have a meeting because it's being disrupted. So then our only choice really is to adjourn, and then we have to go home. And then whatever we have on the agenda has to get moved to the next meeting, or, we call a special meeting, or however we follow that. But I think we need to be really clear about that process. And I don't think we should be going into recess, 9, 10, 11 times. I think, I would end it much more quickly than that.
Ms. Green.
I might just offer that should that process, the repetitive recess process result in an adjournment for you, I would recommend that we refer this to our city attorney for review of the standard and any opportunity to request charges for disorderly conduct, which may or may not provide some relief around the ability to access and participate in these meetings with conditions moving forward.
Councilors Cone, Gill, Sheridan, or Alfano, do you have, yes, Councilor Cone?
Yeah, it will be great if we can have some legal recommendation or suggestion. Then whatever is okay to follow, I support that, because I agree that we need to have an efficient meetings. And when we move all the agenda items to another meeting, I don't know when will we finish that meeting. It can get like forever. So
Sure.
it is very important for all of us to go home at a specific time. And because I work, right, I need to get up next morning at very early to go work. So yeah, let's hear from our attorney. Then we should do something about it, because I receive emails from people, and some people also stop me when I'm at the farmer's market or other places, and they express their concerns about this.
Anyone else? Okay, I mean, I don't think there's anything for us to vote on here, right? So I'm not aware of any ordinances, language, procedure, statutes that specify the exact amount of time that we can or must allow for any particular bit of public comment. We had previously increased it to 5 because time was only allowed at the beginning and end of meetings to make up for the fact that people would not be able to speak on individual items.
I don't think so. We should ask Jim, but I don't remember like that. I think he made a motion to increase 3 minutes to 5 minutes. I think he knows better.
Counselor Sheridan, can you shed any light on this?
Yeah, when I first was on, I thought that 3 minutes was kind of restrictive, especially because we hardly had anybody who wanted to speak. I mean, basically, we have about 5 people who speak regularly, and that's it. I mean, back when the 12 years I was on, we had 20 to 30 people at every meeting that held their feet to the fire. So I just thought, well, we can give them 5 minutes. So I mean, I'm sure I made a motion to do it and it was voted in. I mean, it was a long time. It was, 16 months ago, but I did it right off because I thought, 5 minutes is squeezing people and being a politician of the people and feeling like we're a government of, by, and for the people. I thought 5 minutes was fine.
Mr. Odom, are you aware of any language that requires us to, were there motions passed and adopted to amend our rules of conduct or procedure?
I'm trying to check as fast as I can through all those.
In the spirit of moving us forward for today.
However, I should just finish
Right, I'm
answering the
sorry, yeah.
questions. I recall that it was a motion.
Okay,
So it would be,
May 14th.
I can check that. So, it depends on how, let me check the wording of the motion. If you worded specifically to go back to the previous rules of procedure, then that is a set document. That is a set policy. If you just said to end the pilot, I would assume that the motion still stands, the 5-minute motion. Let me just.
the motion from the last meeting was to end the pilot.
Yeah, then I would assume that the 5-minute rule, since it was a motion that was moved and passed, would still apply.
Great. If we could maybe look into that at a future time to be absolutely clear, that'd be great. But right now, in the spirit of moving on, I say we just give everybody 5 minutes. Mr. Bellini, you were robbed of 2 minutes. Would you like to speak for another 2 minutes? Don't feel the need. I'm just saying, in fairness.
I worked for the state most of my life, since before some of you were born, I think. You guys aren't Boy Scouts. Do you know that the state charges for public records requests? It's perfectly legal. And we've dealt with that issues in departments and the state overall, handled rather easily. I've sat in your chair in quasi-public places. And I've seen other meetings in other municipalities where people are out of order and they won't come into order. Law enforcement's called. That person goes bye-bye. Sometimes they get a letter of trespass. Sometimes they learn their lesson. Just stuff that goes on. It's not related to anything here.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone online that would like to speak? I don't see any hands up. Is there anyone else in the room? Mr. Anderson?
Hello, everyone. Hello, it's good to see everybody. I just would like to just make a comment referring to the Berry bike path. Just a suggestion, earlier today, I witnessed, several people did, dually sideswipe a Subaru in front of the access hub. So the suggestion would be maybe to close the road for parking because people are parking on the one side and the construction is it's causing some hiccups. So that's all. Good to see everybody. Bye.
Okay, thank you for your comments and suggestion. Anyone else in the room like to speak on any topic at all for general business and appearances? Oh, we have Mr. Hughes online. Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Mayor, just 2 minutes. I'm dealing with medical issues, so I'm not there tonight. But I just a couple things. So I would recommend that instead of asking if there's a disorderly conduct, basis, that y'all look at consult the council, your attorney, city attorney, about the time stuff when you get there. You know what I mean? And I too believe in de-escalation. I appreciate Ben very much. He should come work for me. Just kidding. But I think we've been down the road with disorderly conduct. The state's attorney did not press the charge. So I don't know if we want to go there again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else online or in the room for general business and appearances before we close the agenda item and move forward? Seeing none, that is the end of general business and appearances. Thank you,
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, could I speak?
I don't see who is,
My name,
but go ahead. Whoever you are, you're online, I assume, right? I hear you, but I don't see you. Mr. McGrath. Where is he?
Undersell.
Mr. McGrath, if you can hear, go ahead, please. I didn't see your hand raised. That's why I didn't see you. Mr. McGrath? You're still muted. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
can you hear me now?
We can, yes, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, so, I think, I had spoke of, a couple meetings ago. I've lived here for my whole life, and seen different things about, public intoxication. People want to, say it's not the unhoused people, it's everybody on the bike path, Main Street, that has constant, people having open beers. And I feel there's last time that I spoke, I had spoke about zero foot patrol. And then I was told there's record foot patrol. There's zero foot patrol on the bike path of Main Street since in the last 2 months, since there's been record foot patrol. And I just feel that, there's zero changes when the public brings a comment or an issue to you people. Nothing happens. You all just discredit the person either saying what they're saying, or you're saying the person's wrong, that and you're just basically bringing this city down. And I have a good thing for every city council member. I recommend that you watch you guys on a meeting, and it's not to be mean to you. It's to really see how you behave, see how you behave. You like Ben when his neighbor goes to speak, the guy acts like a jerk, and I would like to see watch himself on TV. And then I'll go with the city is not built on poems and quotes, Mr. Mayor. If I wanted to listen to poem time, I could go to Bear Pond Books once a month. And I just feel that, you are not what the city needs. The police chief and the assistant chief are leaving. That's a good thing. I'm telling you, I've been in this town 50 years, and I know what police and public safety is. We have zero public safety on foot patrol, zero. And like I said, it gets frustrating. I know I don't want to come across and question people's character, but I just have to tell you, you guys are like watching a monkey play with a football. It's embarrassing, but thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. We appreciate your presence. All right, that's it for general business and appearances. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. At this time, we will either pass everything on the consent agenda if there's no objection, or any counselor may pull any item off of the consent agenda that they wish. Does anyone want to pull anything off of the consent agenda? Seeing none, just to keep things tight, appreciate a motion second, and let's have a vote on passing the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Counselor Brown. Is there a second? Thank you, Counselor Alfano. There's a second. Is there any discussion or debate about items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor of passing the consent agenda as presented, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Before we move on to item number 6, I'd like for us all to just sit for a minute. I'm going to take some more breaths. I'll spare you the poems. All right, we're going to turn our attention to something a little more positive. Manager Curry, would you take it, please?
I will, and I might offer you could consider putting the celebratory things even before you open for public comment in the future, so we can really kick off on a positive vibe. And, you know, having been a local government elected official for many years, I just want to extend my support to everyone who tries it and sits in the seat for how challenging it really is in some days. And, you know, as a person here to execute your vision, it still really matters. So thank you for the latitude for that. And I'm going to stand up and go over there, but I really have the great honor of recognizing Amy Pitton, who has been our Senior Services Director for the last 2+ years for the city of Montpelier, and has done a wonderful job coming into that role, you know, frankly, when the city has experienced some crises coming out of a flood, and working with our seniors, and some of which are real vulnerable populations, I think. And she's done a wonderful job, I think, connecting the senior community to the city in reflecting what the role and relationship of the city and the senior center are, and how they work in partnership together. She has helped shepherd through the selection and training of her replacement, which, you know, doesn't always happen in these seats, to have that real, I think, benefit of being able to transfer knowledge. And Amy's been a very thoughtful and steady participant in our leadership team at the city. And so I am acknowledging her retirement and wishing her well in this next chapter, which will hopefully be all positivity and flowers and butterflies. So please join me all in congratulating Amy.
I'll go to the microphone. I'll behave myself. Thank you for the recognition. It's been such an educational experience to work for the city for these past 2.5 years. I've learned so much. I've learned so much about how difficult it is to be serving a city that wants a lot. I mean, Montpelier
has high demands, and we're just a tiny little city, a tiny little town. And so the struggles for the leadership, both the council and the staff, are tremendous as we try to meet as many of those needs as possible, but at the same time, acknowledging that there are real restrictions on what can happen. And so I've learned that. I've learned how wonderful this staff is here at the city. I love sitting in on leadership meetings. I love participating in those leadership meetings. I keep thinking about the Hamilton musical where, in the room where it happens, it's fun to be in a place where you're talking about really important things, and that the kinds of things you're talking about are going to have an effect on the rest of the city and the community. And so thank you for hiring me. Thank you for allowing me to get the senior center up and running. Not up and running, but it was floundering. And I hope that I have left it in a strong position. I think that Shannon Cardici, who is the new senior center director, is going to be fabulous. I'm very excited for her and for the senior center itself to have such great leadership. So thank you for all that you have done. And I look forward to being a resident of District 2 for the time to come, and participating in city life from a different perspective.
And hopefully as a member of the senior center.
Yes. No, I am a member of the senior center. I can't wait to take an art class. It's hard to sit there for 2 years and there's art classes going on, and I'm going, I have to go talk about a budget. Geez, So yes.
Amy, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Mark.
Thank you so much.
So we're now going to move on to, we need to have public comment on this item. Is there anyone that would like to make any comments on Amy's retirement or service? All right, seeing none, we're going to move forward to item number 7. Ms. Curry, would you like to tee this up and hand it off to whoever needs to give us the skinny?
Yes, I will invite up our Deputy Public Works Director, Zach Blodgett, to help with this. But as you know, do you want to come up? And then we can invite the contractor team as well when you're ready. So as you know, one of the major projects that is on our agenda for this summer is the sewer main replacement along Berlin Street. It is significant in length and in impact to that road. This year, the replacements will be done, the connections will be made to the homes along the stretch that's being repaired, and the next year, the paving is set to follow as we have teed up our planning and our infrastructure projects that way. And so we have our selected contractors here, and they are requesting a road closure. City Council is the only one who has the authority to approve a road closure. And so they're here to discuss that. And I'll turn it over to Zach for any further context.
Yeah, so my name's Zach Blodgett. I'm the Deputy Director for Public Works. With me is Cutting Edge. This is Ben and Justin. And basically the project is to replace 14 to 1,500 linear feet of sewer main along Berlin Street. It needs to be replaced so that we can repave the street. And they've requested a road closure in order to facilitate the actual installation, because the main is sort of in the center of the lane. And so they're going to discuss why they're requesting it. And then we're here to answer any questions about kind of the alternatives that were reviewed and anything else that the city council or the public may have. So with that, who am I kicking it off to, Justin or Ben?
Thanks, guys. And I'll just remind you that the folks on Zoom can only hear what goes through that mic. So if you could speak into that mic, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
I'm Justin Pratt. I'm Cutting Edge Project Manager, and I've been looking over these plans for quite some time. And safety wise, this is the best option for our crew and for the public. That was my main introduction for that. The other thing I wanted to talk about is if we have a road closure, everyone knows about it. It's set in stone. Everyone knows that during construction, bad things happen. I don't want them to happen, but they do happen. They do come up, and then we got to shut it down in a hurry, and then everyone is mad. This way, everyone knows what's going on, and we get to move on. And that went on. As far as emergency services, they will have access to all the homes at any time. If there's an emergency, we will keep in contact with the emergency department on a daily basis onto what street that they can access the homes from, because we will obviously be moving up the street, so we'll have to block other streets. And I wanted to open it up to any questions that you would have, but that was pretty much my main spiel.
Questions from council? Go ahead.
So
Councilor Alfano.
is it a progressive closure or is it a closure from beginning to end for 60 days, I believe is the
Yes,
duration
it's gonna be a closure from Phelps to Wheelock,
for the whole period
correct?
to
It'll be open to local traffic.
only to local traffic?
Yeah.
So it'll be blocked. How is it blocked? I mean, what happens at either end?
You'll basically have a barricade that says road closed ahead, other than local traffic.
Mhm.
And you'll be able to go around the barricade with one vehicle,
So it's kind of an honor system.
pretty much, yeah.
Deliveries in addition, I mean, I understand emergency vehicles. What
Yep.
about deliveries?
Deliveries will be
Deliveries to the
accessible.
crew? Yeah.
There'll be staff there that'll help direct and get people to their residents. And if residents do get home in that timeframe during their working hours or when we have staff on site, they will keep in contact with whomever's there. Say, hey, we're coming through your driveway. You'll have to come up the hill today, up to this point, or you'll have to come down the hill today. So there'll be constant updates to the residents that are within, but to solve the confusion of one-way traffic up or down or alternating, the hard closure is the best fit for this, and being the location and the proximity of the sewer line and how deep it is to be able to maintain a lane width is extremely challenging on that road.
Sorry, did you say that last thing you said again?
To maintain the width, to keep a lane width for a vehicle to go up and down, it would be extremely challenging with the depth and the room that they need to work.
So the side streets will be open, including Phelps and Wheelock.
Yes.
Okay, so people don't have to go really out of their way. They can come up those two or out those two.
They've also proposed plans to have detour and alternate detour routes on using Sherwood and Wheelock, which
Right,
will
yeah.
help alleviate. I mean, the idea is to get, if you're allowing a road closure, would be to get the traffic to utilize those, preferably Sherwood
The
first.
through traffic, yeah.
Yeah, the through traffic to use Sherwood first, and then if they get to Wheelock, then they could use Wheelock, and then if it was local traffic only, they would be getting into the construction zone. But to get the majority of everybody that's trying to go through the work site would be detoured using those side streets.
And just one other thing, will the project be finished before school starts?
So allowing a road closure makes it a lot more likely that this project will be completed prior to school beginning, which is another factor, because once we start getting buses and more children there, it's
yeah.
going to be a bigger deal. It's really the location of the sewer main, like in order for if they were to keep two-way traffic, they'd be cutting every service pipe in half in order to get it. So they would be putting in, a stick is 13 feet, they'd be putting in 5 feet, backfilling that side, and then resetting over to do the other side. So it's a significant extra time that would be needed, right? So I think that's some of the benefit here about allowing a road closure would be to expedite the construction and get them in and out as quickly as possible so that the residents aren't dealing with a lengthy impact as well as the traveling public and everybody else.
Councilor Gill?
Thank you for sharing this. And just for the folks online that might not have gone through the packet, there's a couple questions. One, when is the start date of this? And what is the communication plan to let people know now that this is gonna happen? I know, my husband goes up and down that road to the hospital. It's a very heavily trafficked road, and just, people are gonna have to make plans that go up and down that road to commute to the hospital, because it's a big employer for our town. And then for the folks that live there, and even on Sherwood, it's gonna be more traffic going through their neighborhood. So I would just like to know, what does that communication plan look like now? And then you talked a little bit about like every day, kind of those daily updates, but I just want to ensure that all those folks on both Sherwood and Berlin and Wheelock, like, how do they know that this is going to happen so they can prepare their lives? And even the folks that go up and down Berlin with their commutes, like, how are they going to know to plan a couple extra minutes to get up to the hospital or wherever they need to go to work up there?
Yeah, so one thing that we could do if it was approved would be to utilize all of our normal public channels, right? We can get it out to the radio, we can get it out to the press, we can do a press release saying that it was going to be closed. We can put it on the portable message boards. If we move in that direction, we can set a date, like, I guess if you approved it tonight, you could approve it for tomorrow, but that might be more confusing for everybody. You may want to pick a date of like, yes, we're allowing a road closure starting as, at the beginning of next week to allow for Evelyn to help with communications. Typically, if we had a road closure, we would send out a VT alerts, which would be fine for this. We could do notify me and the NeighborNet and all of the other channels that we have.
Yeah, I'm just want to make sure, it's June 24th. And if you said it's 60 days, that's definitely going to go past when school starts. And that is during school, there's probably at least 3, maybe 4, I don't know exactly, stops on that road. And the kids walk down the sidewalk. So I just want to be careful of timing and just the cadence of this, and just thinking about the school children that, might have to not go down Berlin to pick up the bus, and like what that may look like, because school starts, I think, August 25th, something like that. So that's only 2 months.
Yeah,
away.
certainly allowing the road closure is going to expedite the construction for them, and it's going to allow them to get it done as quickly as possible.
Councilor Brown?
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the memo that was included that outlined all of the reasons why this makes sense. It was very, very clear to me that there's safety, there's your access to what's going on under the street, there's the clarity of what's happening is that's really important, so people know what to do. Along those lines, I'm thinking about the detours and where that traffic is going to go. And Sherwood seems like a pretty obvious place that a lot of people are just going to be using that. And so do you have any sense of what the traffic is going to end up looking like on that road? What's going to be the impact there? And you also mentioned maybe Wheelock. Are there maybe a few different routes that could be identified to encourage people to, not just use Sherwood all the time? And then are you going to have like I know you'll have signs. Are going to be people directing traffic at all to help shunt people to these detours, or how will that work kind of while it's all going?
Yeah, so I'll answer the piece about Wheelock and Sherwood. The benefit of having both of those streets is you get as much traffic utilizing more than one detour route. And the thought of just putting everybody onto Wheelock is a left turn next to an intersection, right? So the thought is to get everybody using Sherwood, because it's going to be a much easier left turn specifically off of Sherwood. So we would probably sign both. They've given a whole bunch of different alternatives within the packet, and we've talked about them. And then the other question was,
Well, I was wondering about what the actual impact will be on those streets that are receiving all the detour traffic.
yeah, a
What
little
illegal
hard to
routes
tell
that-
because people, once they figure out that it's closed, they may not try to use Sherwood. They may go down, they may use the interstate. They may adjust what they're doing. I think having a predictable plan, well, people will adjust to it versus doing it kind of on the fly. I think what you'll see is that after the first week, the traffic dies down and that, if you had 2,000 cars that were using Berlin Street, after that first week, that number is going to drop significantly. So it's a little hard to say, you're going to have exactly 2,000 cars turning off of Sherwood because people are going to find a different route that works for them depending on where they're going.
Do you think it would be feasible to have some maps of these various detour routes on our website so that people could
Absolutely.
check that out?
They
Okay.
provided them. We could, if we were to move in this direction, we could clean it up and make sure that it was legible and that the information was out so that people could easily have that information for being detoured around the work zone.
Thank you.
What's DPW's recommendation in terms of when to start? I mean, you said we could do it as of tomorrow, and I'm sure that for the purposes of work, tomorrow would be great. But given the idea of communication and making it as smooth as possible, what do you suggest as a start date?
A realistic, and I haven't talked to them about this, would be at least Monday, right? You would want, I mean, we're talking Wednesday, at least Thursday, Friday to hit communications really hard, Saturday, Sunday, and then to put that message that effective on Monday, the Berlin Street will be closed to through traffic. That would be my recommendation in order to give, 4 to 5 days to get that communication out and allow us time to finalize the map, get the detour, put it on the website, and to work with Evelyn to get the information out. I think starting tomorrow would not go well.
Right. Yeah.
For at least for the road closure piece.
Councilor Doyle.
Yeah, just curious though, like, do the people that live along that street already know about this? You know what I mean? Right? Is there been like separate communications to them, or is it everybody's finding out at the same time that
So that would be something that we could do, is reach out to each of those residents individually. Up until now, the contractor's requesting it, so we haven't had that preemptive conversation. It wouldn't be a bad idea to talk to those residents and to do some kind of.
I think it's really important that there be like individual contact with individual residents. Like the rest of us that don't live there, we can figure it out. But if you live on that street, I think you want to know as soon as possible.
Yeah, if that was the decision that would be made, then we, Justin, our staff engineer, would be out, probably knocking on doors and sending out letters and really trying to do a door-to-door campaign to really, and I'm sure that these guys would also help with that and answering questions and some of that other stuff. But Justin's really good at that stuff, and so we would have no problem kind of going through those.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Gill.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I think Berlin Street, I'm looking at the map, but I think also the other streets that kind of are in the middle, like Judson, Herbert, and Isabel Circle, which will exit onto Berlin, but it's in between Sherwood and Wheelock. So they're gonna exit, there's no way to go any other way except onto Berlin. So that's also like a whole neighborhood that I think, they should also be, door knocked, because when they come out into Berlin, they're gonna come out into a street that's closed, but you all will be there to be like, okay, you can go right or left today, right? But I think that will impact them. And, I don't know what NeighborNet representative is up there, but, there is that network. So it might be worth, I think you mentioned NeighborNet, to have them help. If there's a representative for Berlin Street to go help, if there's like a door hanger or a little flyer to put in people's doors, just so it's not left to one person, because I can imagine, just looking at the map, that's, a significant number of homes.
Yeah, so the road closure specific is between Phelps and Wheelock. It's not the entirety of Berlin Street.
And Berlin Street itself is not covered by a single NeighborNet. There are a few. It's several patches. Councilor Brown, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you for bringing up the map. I'm looking at the map. And, but what I'm seeing a concern here that there are, unless I'm reading this wrong, sorry. It's closed between Phelps and Wheelock, which means that folks who live on Blodgett, they can go down to Pleasant View. But the folks who live on Wilson Street, on Highland Avenue, on Frank Street, on George Street, all of them are going to be coming out onto Berlin Street in the middle of the closed section.
Right, but they're local.
Mhm. So so those are all, I mean, just, yeah, those are all people that need to be brought into this right away. Yeah,
Local traffic.
yeah, yeah.
Counselor Alfano?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, I remember when I had to move in Washington DC, I found out the last minute I had to reserve parking spots on the 5-lane Main Street in front of me. I'm thinking about somebody who has to move out or move in with a tractor trailer. In other words, they're moving their household. They just bought a house. They have to unload or load and get out of there. Is that going to be possible?
Yeah, I think and I'll speak on from my side of that is in our language out there, we would say if you need any special accommodations, please reach out to city staff and we will help to accommodate. That's not something that is out of the normal, right? And when people have these kind of special circumstances, we
Yeah.
try to work with them. And I think the contractor would be willing to do that as well. We just need to know what those circumstances are and we'll do our
And when
best.
they're going to occur, yeah.
Exactly, yes.
Counselor Gill, did you have something? to
Yeah,
add?
I was mistaken. I will take back what I said about Isabel Circle. I didn't realize it was Phelps and Wheelock. I was thinking Wheelock and Sherwood, so I apologize for that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Counselor Brown?
If this does go into the school year, will it physically be possible for a school bus to go back and forth through there? Or will that have to be rerouted also?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And the other thing is that, we can allow the road closure and we can, if we're getting into that time frame, right? And we can no longer physically have a road closure because school is starting, we can talk with them about going to one way alternating or other accommodations, to make sure that we're not making the problem worse. So.
Any other questions from council before we open up for public comment? No? Okay. Is there public comment on this topic from anyone in the room?
10 seconds. I just.
Please come to the microphone.
Yeah, close enough to get picked up. Steve Whitaker. I just think that every time we've done a road closure, we've put weeks worth of the signs up. This seems to have compromised our notification process, especially if neighbors haven't been forewarned about this. That out of courtesy to all drivers to reorient their planning, or 4 days is insufficient in my view. And we probably ought to try to formalize a minimum requirement like we do our, parade road closures, whatever else, to make it a consistent prior warning, because we do have those signs. They are programmable and they could have been at the bottom and top of Berlin Street and Sherwood for the last 2 weeks if we were that ready to get started. I support the work they're doing. I just think that we owe it to our citizens to give them fair warning.
Thank you. Would you like to comment on that? Mr.
Yeah, understood, right? Like what is the proper amount of time to get that notice out, right? And the longer we delay the start of the project, then the more likely it is to go into the time of year that we're in school. So if you wanted to go in an additional week before they were allowed to start, I don't know that they would be opposed to that, but there is a balance. I think we can get the information out. We can really press heavy on the communications and we can do our best to go door to door and get the word out. But if council wanted to have a longer duration, we could do that.
Thanks. Counselor Doyle, do you have a question?
I would not advocate for a longer duration. I think I do agree that we should, well, first of all, I know you'll do your best to make sure that everybody understands this, right? I do think it makes sense to have a policy in the future of however many, weeks in advance. But if you're talking about that balance, I think it's really clear that we should get this work done, try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Let's go.
Just one more
Counselor
question.
Alfano, and then we'll go to Mr. Kelman. Go ahead.
When the work starts, is it immediately digging trenches or is there a couple of days of surveying and marking and staking out stuff? I mean, do we gain any time if we set the date as Monday? Are there a couple of days where, there's not a lot of equipment and stuff?
Monday will be the actual start day where we start digging.
Start digging, okay.
But I will say, I have been door to door to everyone in between Phelps and Wheelock and everyone on Wilson Street to tell them that this project is starting. It was not a road closure notice, but they do know that we're starting this project. Yeah.
And anecdotally, I can say that I've heard from 3 or 4 residents that are aware that something is happening. They just don't have the nitty-gritty specifics of it. Folks that live off of that south side. Mr. Kelman.
Peter Kelman, Montpelier. I think that there are 2 separate groups. The groups who live in those neighborhoods that are going to be directly affected. And I think that I'm convinced from listening to this that everything possible will be done to them, including door to door. The general population of people who use Berlin Street to get up to the hospital, well, guess what? There's lots of ways to get up to the hospital, and people are going to figure it out pretty quickly. I really think you guys are getting a little overworked about that. Yes, everybody will need to know it, and within a couple of days, everybody will realize it. We're very good in Vermont. We're very good about figuring out how to get around road closures, especially in the summer. Summer is road closure time. So I agree with Ben. Let's get going on this so that it doesn't run into the school calendar. And that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Councilor Alfano, your hand is raised on Zoom. Is there anyone else either in the room or on Zoom that would like to comment on this?
I'd like to comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Kurtz.
Yeah, I just would like to offer, we're bringing this to you as quickly as we could have. There was no, this wasn't how the project was originally conceived or planned until sort of a recent request as the date got closer from the contractor. And so I just want to be clear about that. We were on schedule, moving ahead, everything, and wanted to honor their presentation to you for consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that clarity. Councilor Doyle.
I'd be willing to make a motion.
I'd love that. Thank you.
Great. I make a motion that we authorize Cutting Edge Landscaping and Excavation LLC to temporarily close Berlin Street between Phelps Street and Wheelock Street for the duration of the Berlin Street sewer replacement project, subject to approval of traffic control measures by the Department of Public Works, maintenance of emergency vehicles, and local traffic access.
Is there a second? Second. All right, we had a couple of seconds. Is there any other discussion or debate on this topic? All right, I'm checking in with you, Councilor Sheridan, just because you're not in the room, but I don't see your hand raised. So with that, the motion before us is to authorize Cutting Edge Landscaping and Excavation LLC to temporarily close Berlin Street between Phelps Street and Wheelock Street for the duration of the Berlin Street sewer replacement project, subject to the approval of traffic control measures by the Department of Public Works, maintenance of emergency vehicle and local traffic access, all in favor. Councilor Alfano.
Did we want to include a start date?
Oh, I believe you did, and I left it out. Did you?
I did not.
You did not.
Start date.
Okay.
You need a start date, right?
29th. We're proposing the 29th.
The 20th.
Okay.
Yeah, is that a friendly amendment?
It is a friendly amendment.
I accept your friendly amendment.
Okay, then the motion before us is to, as of Monday, July 29th, authorize Cutting Edge Landscaping and Excavation to temporarily close Berlin Street between Phelps Street and Wheelock Street for the duration of the,
Did you
yes,
say July 29th?
I probably did. Let me start again.
Sorry.
All right, as of this coming Monday, June the 29th, to authorize Cutting Edge Landscaping to temporarily close Berlin Street between Phelps and Wheelock for the duration of the Berlin Street sewer replacement project, subject to approval of traffic control measures by the Department of Public Works, maintenance of emergency vehicle and local traffic access. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? The motion carries unanimously. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming here today and for all the work you're about to do for us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, with that, we are finished with item number 7. We're moving on to item number 8, which is a homelessness update. Ms. Curry, would you like to kick us off here?
I will. And I will look to Counselors Sheridan or Brown for any additional input they want to provide related to the homelessness committee's conversations. Some of this is based on a report from Matt Jalisik, who is staffs that committee. So relative to that, there continue to be, I think, the ball is in the committee's court relative to trying to identify some picnic table locations. We've offered to provide the resources to tour them around once they schedule that. And so waiting to hear back from that. An update regarding the encampment policy language. So that language, and I think I'll collapse that with conversations around designated overnight camp locations. You would have all received a doodle poll from me to select a location or select a time where we can host an executive session for you to receive that legal advice on that. There have been conversations with a number of providers led by the folks who ran the overnight Montpelier cold shelter, proposing availability and willingness to convene a volunteer management structure for such any encampment location. They have indicated that they would vet folks that would stay in those locations, would participate in training relative to some crisis response, would send folks out 2 times daily to check on the conditions of any camp location. They would expect that the city designate or lease sites and provide, restroom, restroom washing and garbage facilities to support those. We continue also to have conversations with the providers relative to the city hall space, the downstairs space that was used over the winter. And I'll look to my colleague Chris Lumbro, who's been supportive with that, with Matt. Now, the conversations with the providers who would be the most likely partners in running those spaces, they have indicated that they, one, would wish to have 2 egresses, which now is only 1, that would allow access to the elevator as well. There would be some requirements around sprinklering for the space and some, construction that would have to happen down there to accommodate additional space for them to provide services to people. They would be interested in being able to use it all day, as potentially day sheltering and night sheltering. This would help in heat events with cooling while also providing some day shelter opportunities. That is for your consideration. I think some complications with that is that we will be renovating that entire space next year. The draft, the beginning estimate for that level of work to accommodate the design for the service provider's requests is around $120,000. We do not have that budgeted. We currently have about $40,000 from carryover from this fiscal year and the $10,000 that was budgeted into the next fiscal year, which also has to accommodate expenses around kind of camp cleanups or additional homelessness supports that the council may wish to allocate funds for. As part of that, Matt has been doing, convening partners on a regular basis has been one of our goals. And Matt has been doing that with the religious providers to really see if they have a space that could be, if there were to be needed investments, does it make more sense for those spaces to receive investments rather than investments in a temporary city space that's then going to be renovated? And he's continuing to have those questions. The Unitarian Church as of now is not planning on holding a cold weather shelter. Part of the complication that they've run into is that they had received a waiver from the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, relative to being able to use that space under the current conditions that, physical conditions of the space. And that waiver is over, run out. We are pursuing additional conversations to see if there's any latitude beyond that 3-year waiver for those spaces. But in a bigger picture, Matt has also been convening the religious organizations to figure out if there is more of a collective response with both provision of service and identification of spaces that perhaps the city could help partner on, should, council not want to make an investment in our space here for the reasons I've laid out. There's additionally a group that has come together called Thrive. I don't have all the details around that, but it is another sort of convening of service providers around programs and policies in the mental health, substance abuse, disorder space, of which, we're seeing obviously conflicts come out with some of the behavior of some of the homeless who have those disorders, and trying to figure out how to, I think, institute better programs around that. So there's a lot of activity happening around that. I will say we've had some recent response to some encampments. The camps on the bike path have been, we've worked with the folks there that were referred to the situation table. There was some success and then some not success around those. I have to go back out there tomorrow, but we were able to finally connect a gentleman there with a solution as of yesterday. And I believe that there may be some of his stuff remaining until we can get out and help him store it at the Country Club Road site. But I haven't been back out there today. And that was a very hurried, even though there's been lots of conversations and touch points, I think over the last 7 weeks when the camp first was identified and reported, there's been a lot of touch points with that. And trying to resolve that. I had the health inspector come out with us yesterday to inspect the site, and it is not sanitary. Our cleanup provider also came out with us. The gentleman who was there had identified a bunch of garbage that we could take. There was 2 other abandoned sites that we cleaned up as well. And that, just so you know, is a cost about $900 to the city to do that. So some of these trickier cases, we have a few that have been reported up in Hubbard Park, where we have also tried to connect those folks. Outreach has been out multiple times. We have been out to sort of check in on the status of those, and I've not been back out there in the last few days. But beyond that, I haven't had a lot of reports of encampments yet. I will say there is a lot of police activity happening. They are being called to Trinity Church, and the interactions are becoming more aggressive. And this is from the sort of telling of the police, where they've had more arrests for some of the cases out there. And so we're kind of anticipating an additional increase in responses to calls in the summertime is what they're happening. And as you know, under a smaller force and all of that. So happy to talk more about that, but that's the update right now for our actions around homelessness. Happy to answer any questions.
Any more information about why the interactions have gotten more aggressive?
The theme that has emerged is just alcohol use disorders are, very prevalent, I think, and that is, people are inebriated and acting violently. And that, I think, is something that's it's on the mind. I've heard it from a number of providers as it being particularly called out as problematic here in Montpelier.
Okay. Anything from Councilor Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a great comprehensive update. I want to reiterate something I said at our last meeting, which came out of the Homelessness Committee, which was just to convey a sense of urgency about making any progress that we possibly can towards finding places for people to camp or for places for people to stay. And I know that we are working on that and we need legal advice and all that. And I appreciate that those wheels are moving. And I also want to say, they're still moving pretty slowly, and there are still people who really need some help that they're not getting. And I appreciate that a group of folks came to the city with a proposal. Now, I think that was the Montpelier Cold organization. Am I correct about that? Okay, so that's a nonprofit organization that was formed last year, and they were the ones who oversaw the shelter in City Hall. And if we're going to be, I think the question about where we put our money in terms of the biggest impact and the most effect, whether it's putting a lot of money into renovating City Hall, which will then just will only be able to use temporarily, or if it's giving money to some other organizations, I think it makes more sense to be thinking about giving money to organizations that have the expertise. Just in general, I think this is a good way for the city to be using our resources. We don't have the expertise on how to shelter people and how to meet their needs, but we have plenty in the community who do. And so helping to support that financially when we can, I'm all for it. I am personally a huge stickler about separation of church and state. I'm not comfortable with giving government money to faith-based organizations or to churches. I know that, technically, if they're not using it for religious activity, it's not illegal, but I would be a lot more comfortable if we just worked with known service providers who we really know have that expertise too. So, and maybe the Montpelier Cold group is one that we could work with or something like that. I would be a lot more comfortable with that. I'd also be more comfortable working with the established service providers like Good Samaritan and other folks who are there and finding out what resources they might need from us that could make the difference. And then, yeah, and I know we're not there yet at that decision, but just want to say how I feel about that.
I would just note that Capstone has been an active partner in kind of the
Great.
provision, as a provider that would help manage a space that we would open here. I think that the nature of the convening of the religious, organizations is because they have building space. So that is sort of the tie of like, well, who has a space that might be able to serve in this way? Yeah.
Other questions from council before we go to public comment? And you'll have the opportunity as counselors to ask questions after public comment as well. Anything before? Okay, Mr. Whitaker, you raised your hand.
Yeah, Steve Whitaker. The motion to put homeless issues on the agenda every council meeting, I feel has been co-opted into reducing the declared emergency to a report preserving the status quo. I'll note that with respect for Kelly having only started recently, but our city plan, which requires these issues to have been planned before you adopted the plan, requires the city manager, assigns to the city manager to develop a plan to identify and support locations for unsheltered individuals to congregate during the day and to camp at night. Responsible party, city manager. Continue to administer the encampment policy, city manager. Hygiene, continue the public restroom project, whatever that was, it is. The need for another public restroom identified, the committee appointed may ultimately be associated with a homeless day shelter. We have the opportunity to put a shower into the transit center. One of those bathrooms has a 5-inch sewer main running directly over the empty corner of the bathroom. A neo-angle accessible shower could be installed there inside of a week. That necessitates the issue that I wasn't allowed to speak at the last meeting. But a couple of trailers, the behavior issue, to continue to say this is, alcohol abuse, one could, from that point of view, one could argue this is governance abuse to have let this same issue percolate unchanged for 7 years now. Okay, this is dysfunction in government, that we have done nothing to create showers and safe places for these folks to sleep at night and without fear of being attacked or having their few personal possessions stolen. And every day I'm talking to folks who are having their stuff stolen. So the trailers that had been proposed for 14 to 16 Main, by Steve Robolini, he conferred with Kurt. There's water and sewer directly under that site. We could put water and sewer trailers. Montpelier Live said, yeah, as long as they have a nice facade on them. We could pay for a shower at Trinity. That would be an immediate, and Home Farm Way has water and sewer as well, which was brought up at the last meeting by Matt and the church folks. So this is, we're not starting from scratch here, but I see we're dragging anchor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Yes, go ahead.
My name is Nancy Smith. I really don't know that much about this issue, except that I spend a lot of time with the homeless people. I have attended Christ Church. I volunteer regularly there to help feed the people on Saturday and Sunday, and worked over the winter for the warming shelter. I know a lot of our homeless individuals very well. I have a lot of things to say, but today I just want to say that after the last meeting, all I see is increased police presence and crackdown. I don't know if that's an appropriate word. And I know that psychologists have said for decades, maybe 100 years, that punishment is only a reinforcer, and it reinforces negative behaviors. And all I see is people getting their negative behaviors being reinforced again and again and again. I also know that feeding people helps lessen negative behaviors. So I really want to advocate that they get fed as much as possible, and that's what we're doing. But and also, as far as religious institutions being involved, that's where the people who want to help are. And they do have experience. They do, for the most part, know what they're doing, and have a lot of experience from what I can see. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Anderson.
I don't want to be here. However, this is important. I'm someone who has had struggles with housing for a good portion of my life. However, there's a dignity and a self-love that I have for myself that I try to project in a way where it's not conceited, it's just practical. After the two floods, I was already coming home from a lot of different things after trucking and a relationship and switching from technology into trucking. I saw a lot. And so the flood was kind of the straw. And then, getting on to the civic duties of trying to, help out the community. I have a great relationship with Unhouse my peers. I have a great relationship with the police. I have a great relationship with a number of people who understand the problem. I just ask that we think on a more robust level regarding TVT coming into the fold of everything, because the building it sits vacant. The mural is beautiful. However, it could probably have a couple walls and partitions set up in a way where you can have private compartments for people to talk to people. I'm having communications with people who are under the influence, and over the 3 years that I've been experiencing this, there's been some situations. However, communication has always been something that helped. So I'm leading by example. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anyone else in the room? All right, Mr. Kelman and then Mr. Hughes.
Peter Kelman, Montpelier. I'd just like to pull together what you've just heard from Mr. Anderson, from Nancy Smith, and from Steve Whitaker. The transit center is owned by the city. We really need to look seriously at that space. Now, over the last 9 years, and this issue has come up about what to do about the homeless people, especially in the winter and in the heat of the summer, when many of them are camping, which is magnified now by tenfold to what it was 9 years ago. We keep hearing the same three issues: money, space, and staff or people, okay? These get cited as reasons why we don't do things. Let's flip that script and let's decide what we are going to do, what we can in fact do, and figure out how to get the money, the space, and the people. Throwing money at providers who don't have the space is going to not yield anything. We gave a tremendous amount of money to Good Sam for their Welcome Center. Their Welcome Center is a nice place, but it only houses 20-some people. Let's not be throwing money to organizations that have their own mission. Let's figure out how to get the people who volunteer or the people who are trained or can train others. Let's get the space that we control. We control the transit center. I don't think the basement of City Hall, which should be used, but putting money into that, if it's going to be renovated a year later, makes no sense. But please, let's get off the ball. Let's start to do something. It has been too long to hear these excuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Before we go on, Ms. Prim, could you switch that back to the ding? Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Mr. Hughes.
Good evening. Zach Hughes, Montpelier, and also chair of the homelessness committee. I'm dealing with a medical issue tonight, so I am not there. I just want to speak very briefly. It looks like it's going to be brief anyway. Kelly, you did all the talking for me again, which is good because I needed that tonight, believe me. But the committee reviewed or heard from Beth Ann Mayer about her and Rick and Ken, their proposal. And we would like to submit it up with a recommendation that it be allowed to, well, go, but we still have things to figure out. So, you know, all I've got to say is it doesn't look like we've quite gotten there, but I want to say we have an urgency in the matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. I have a question for the homelessness committee. So I guess I'd direct that to you, Mr. Hughes, Councilor Sheridan, Councilor Brown. You're on that.
Okay, sorry.
Which is, I think that I'm wondering a few things, and let me get through all of it so it sounds right. One, I think that as a sort of extension of council, we're looking to the committee to make real actionable recommendations, meet with city staff. For example, I know at one point there was a talk about the placement
Not right now.
of picnic tables and desire among the committee to, there was a desire among the committee to participate in that process. I'm just wondering sort of what is council waiting for the committee? Is staff waiting for the council to give direction? Who is waiting on whom for us to move something forward? I'm not clear on that. And so if the committee is waiting on council, I'd like to know what the committee needs from council in order to be able to come back to us with actionable recommendations.
Well, no, We're
Go ahead.
giving you actionable recommendations right now, based on what we heard from Beth and Mayor. And that's what we have. These are actionable recommendations. However, it's my understanding that you still are needing to meet with your council. So I don't know if we're there. I see it as, you know, we were looking at it in committee and then we were gonna not come back, but bring it to y'all and say, we like it. You know, we spent an entire, I think, meeting, almost going through it. So, I mean, I don't know what, I mean, this is actionable to, I mean, this is actual recommendations. And I will tell you what Beth Ann said. She said, I want this committee to understand, I believe. She said, I want this committee to understand and the council to understand the urgency of the matter. Because we were trying to figure out some other things which might take time. But the reality is that's just, you know, not going to happen really. So I don't think anyone's holding anyone up. They're just trying to get a recommendation up to you guys.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, thank you. I want to be clear. I'm not trying to put you on the spot and ask you to,
Oh, that's
to
okay.
do something right here in the moment. I guess for me, I missed the communication where there was a clear recommendation or a series of recommendations that says, for example, the committee recommends the council take this or this and this action. And I think just some clarity around that would be really helpful.
Well,
for
I'm
us.
sorry. I think I should have been more clear, and maybe I should have been more prepared with this.
Really, Zach, I'm not asking you to provide an answer right now. I mean, you're welcome to speak, but I'm not trying to put you on the spot and say, give me
No,
some kind of
that's
answer. That's not what I'm asking.
that's okay. But yeah, I think the reality is if we can figure out a way to do this, it's gonna lessen the situations like happened out on the bike path over the weekend, which I'm grateful that worked. And I continue to be grateful for our partnerships. And, you know, so, but I think it's really important. I would rather have a service provided couple sites than have a situation where, you know, that the situation on the bike path.
Okay.
So,
Councilor Sheridan, we'll go to you. And then Dawn
Thank you.
Little, I did see your hand was raised. I'd like for you to speak if you would still like to, but Councilor Sheridan, go ahead, please.
Let Dawn speak. She had her hand up quite a
Okay.
while. I'll speak
All right.
after.
Ms. Little, please go ahead.
Okay, initially I had raised my hand because I wasn't certain whether we were talking about the same thing at all, whether we were talking about specifically Beth Ann and Rick and Ken's proposal or something else. I think in either case, I think there are three things on the table that I've seen. I don't know to what degree a formal proposal came to you. There is the camping issue. There is the picnic table issue, and there was also at one point a thought of modifying or adding on to the camping proposal something that would suggest that in the event that there were another option than moving people, if there were a simple way to address a small trash problem, for instance, that they could put a step in the camping policy that would involve trying to do that. And I don't know if that ever reached you. I know we voted on it in principle, but I don't know if that reached you. But I do think of the three, of those three issues, I personally feel like the people need a place to camp, and the city has seen that in this case that we've been dealing with over the past few weeks. So I would say that the camping issues have a higher priority. And I can speak with the committee and with the individual counselors more specifically about the picnic table thing. Anyway, I don't know if I said anything, but I do feel that those are the three items that have been put on the table, and I don't know how formal the information was that you received. Thanks.
Speaking only for myself, I didn't receive anything formally or informally. I think what the count, and I'm going to speak for myself, and the council, please chime in. I think what would be super helpful for us is we recognize that entering into some kind of potentially management agreement for encampment management is a decent idea. What we don't know is exactly what does that look like? Who are the players? What would be the responsibilities, and who would carry those responsibilities? We'd need that kind of specificity in order for us to be able to do something meaningful. If we're talking about picnic tables, knowing that we should maybe offer some picnic tables somewhere in town, I think we're all in agreement that that is something we need to be exploring. I think what we need is a recommendation that, that council should authorize staff to place a picnic table at X location. I mean, that something that is that specific, I think would help, or these 5 locations, and let us talk that out. Part of the difficulty that I'm experiencing is that it's really hard to have really meaningful conversations and say, let's do this specific thing or this specific thing in a public forum when every word is under the microscope of if you say, what if we do this, then you are proposing that we do that and commit the city. So this is not the ideal forum to hash out specific details. This is the forum for us to debate specific detailed recommendations and adopt them or not. Councillor Doyle?
I know Jim had his hand up first.
Oh,
Be happy to speak.
he did. So Councillor Sheridan, we'll go to you. I'm sorry, I forgot that you were there.
Okay, I'm gonna go off on a different track here. We're the leaders of this city, the council. We're the ones that make the decisions. We need to step up our game. I mean, to put it on a committee that really doesn't know what to do, because so many times this committee, and I've heard from the past people who are on the past committees, that stuff was brought forward that was never done or taken up by the council. Nothing ever amounted to anything. I agree with Peter and Steve. We had a window in the last meeting to really look at the transit center, and you all shut it. There's a 5-1 vote against me. You all shut that window. 3 weeks isn't enough time. 3 weeks is 3 weeks. Why don't you try sleeping in the streets for 3 weeks and see how that feels? Maybe you would be a little more urgent about it. That transit center is owned by us. We were handing it off to somebody who had no say on anything because they were a totally different organization. We could have done something in that time about talking about it or saying, we're going to give you permission, but you've got to talk to us about renegotiation and maybe a use of it. We let the ball drop. So we need to stop looking to the committee and start looking to ourselves and say, we're the counselors, we're the ones elected to make decisions. Let's make some decisions. But no, we just keep kicking everything down the road, and now it's kicked down the road to December. So the whole summer is gone, like I said. So really, we need to either say to ourselves, are we going to do something about this or not? And if we're not, let's tell the homeless committee to stop wasting their time. And the rest of us who sit on it to stop wasting our time, because nothing happens, and it has to happen more from the council. That's all I got to say.
Councillor Doyle, would you like to say something?
Yeah, no, I think we do need clarity on the process, right? Like, I mean, there's nothing I don't think there's a detailed enough proposal for us to respond to. I'd love to hear from the city manager about what you see as the relationship between the committee, the staff, the council, in terms of surfacing actionable strategies that have been proposed, and like where they come to us for consideration.
So we were operating I'm operating under the prior conversations that we had that the homelessness committee would be part of their charge and staff would support the development of those recommendations to you. I think we're happy to take on more of that where we're cultivating it. Maybe they respond to it, or maybe you all set the criteria that you want them to respond to. But I think that's where we're at with this.
Okay, so have we been working under the assumption then that the homelessness committee is going to bring us a formal proposal that we could respond to? And we don't have that in front of us right now.
I think that's right. I think part of that as well is that you also don't either have a decision about whether you want your basement space to be further invested in, which is what we've been analyzing and some of which I reported out earlier, or whether you want to identify locations for this. And so that's the next conversation that we're hoping to have in short order. Because absent the identification of some locations or decision to lease out space, any criteria for a provider doesn't really make sense.
Yep.
So I'd see that as being the sequence of events. And we have, I think, some idea of what the providers are asking for and willing to put up. I think we have some idea of what the city is asking for and willing to put up. And we have to just provide further shape around that.
Great. Yeah, I mean, sorry to be dense about this, but I just really want to get clarity on who is kind of shaping the decision opportunity, right? Because I mean, what I've heard just Jim say is the council should, and what I think we've been working under the assumption that it's coming from the committee. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that is we are waiting on that, and we're doing the staff is helping support that through analysis of the different options that can come to us for a decision.
But I do think there has not been the formalization of that activity from this committee. You have other committees that will write you memos and give you policy language on things to decide around. I don't think we're seeing that from the activities of this committee. And so, the opportunity is either tell them that's what you want and expect them to do it, or staff will do it and we will vet it that way.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, I think we have been really clear in our charge to the homelessness committee. And I think we have told them we would like them to give us specific recommendations. We've indicated the nature of the recommendations that we would like. And I also agree with Jim that it's ultimately our job to do this. And so if we're waiting for the homelessness committee to tell us something or do something, that's a mistake. I don't want us to do that. There are a few things that seems like we're sort of waiting on. The picnic table question, there's really no reason why we have had to wait this long and have so many discussions that weren't even really discussions about where to put a couple of picnic tables. I don't think that's a council decision, where to put a picnic table or where to put a bench. I mean, it's not a council decision. Now, if we're talking about an encampment area where we're saying, here, we're going to put a picnic table here, and we're going to put trash here, and we're going to put a porta potty here, and we're going to tell people it's okay to camp there, yes, then that comes back to the council. That's our decision. But I think you put a picnic table wherever you want. And if the homelessness committee doesn't have specific ideas for where to put it, I know that Matt has specific ideas for where to put picnic tables, because she has shared that with the committee. So the staff could certainly do that. Then the question about we have been told, the committee was told that a proposal was brought to the city manager for managing encampment sites. And my understanding is that didn't come in writing. We didn't see it in writing. I don't know if I'm right or wrong about that. The homelessness committee, in my memory, at the meeting I was at, and I haven't been able to make every meeting, I believe that that committee voted, or at least came very close to voting. It may not have had quite have had a quorum, but what they were wanting to say was, tell city council to take this up and look at it and do something, respond to it in some way. So I think we're trying to do that, but that's why I keep coming back to this urgency is, that's what the homelessness committee has asked us to do, is to take this proposal seriously. And so we need to do that. And I don't think there's anything else that we need to wait on from the committee.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but like, I haven't seen a proposal.
I haven't seen a proposal either. So that's, that's a question for Kelly. I guess that's a question for you to clarify. How, have you actually gotten a proposal, or do you need more from whoever gave you that idea?
I had a meeting and a conversation of which I have notes
Yeah.
from, but I don't have a proposal
So
to
we
provide
could,
to you all.
we could ask for a proposal. I think that the next steps for us are the ones we're planning to take, which is to clarify what questions we have, get answers to those questions, and then from there, if we had a proposal, we could work it out. I mean, I think that there is willingness on the part of this group that has come up with these ideas to, just because they haven't written something down and, stamped the proposal on top of it, I think they have a plan, they have an idea, they would like to be able to work with the city to make it happen. So I think we can do that. I don't think we need anything from the homelessness committee to do that. And I just would urge us to move as quickly as we can to be responsive.
Counselor Gill.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, Ms. Curry, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I just would, I definitely can write up what I heard from the proposal from Montpelier Cold about their willingness to manage a camp, an encampment area. Again, I think there's other questions that you all need to resolve, and I think you may have other criteria that you might want to consider imposing on such a agreement with them. Relative to sort of decisions about, placing picnic benches and like extra porta potties and trash service, some of that stuff I think is easily absorbed. I think absent a more comprehensive direction about how you want to spend your $40,000 in this bucket, I'm hesitant to do some of those things because that will dwindle those. So I don't actually feel like I should just go ahead and spend those money and do those things. If they're, if we have stuff laying around we can use, we'll do it. But, absent, I think, some clarity from council of, well, we want to identify locations so we know what we're resourcing, or, there's been some dialogue of, oh, we know there's a camp serving one individual, like, let's stick a porta potty over there. Absent some of that clearer direction, that fund will dwindle. I'm happy to do that, but I don't feel like that has been clarified to this point.
Counselor Gill?
Yeah. This is so frustrating. I think my heart rate is like through the roof. So I think committees, what is the purpose of committee? We did propose a structure on committees many, many, many months ago. And, what is the purpose of this homelessness committee? It is to help guide the council on these decisions, right? So our committees are supposed to be an extension of the council and being experts in that field, so that they do the research, they do the homework, they talk to the partners, because we don't have time to do all that. We're not experts in all of these topics. That's why we have committees. And so I rely on the homelessness committee to come back and advise us on options. And I feel like we've asked them very clearly for reports, for action items. I mean, I can go back. I mean, do I really want to do this? To go back and look at all the times we've asked? It's really frustrating. And so now we're at the point where we're getting, we're constantly criticized because we're not taking action. But what is the action we're supposed to take? Do I need to go out there and do the research? I could, But that's why we rely on the homelessness committee to do this for us, so we can just we can take those recommendations and make actions. But it's all over the place. And so is the homelessness committee doing their job? And so is it, if we actually did adopt this policy, which I brought forth many, many, many months ago, they wouldn't be in compliance. And so, what do we do? I mean, do we just say, retire the homelessness committee and just rely on staff to make these recommendations to us so that we can make data-informed educated decisions rather than just, making decisions on the fly without having a risk-benefit analysis? Like, what are we doing? Like, it's really frustrating.
I hear all that. Thank you. Counselor Alfano.
So, I've heard at least three things tonight that we could take action on if we had more information. I've heard mention of Steve Robolini's idea of trailers at 1216 Main Street, which I think is just an idea. I don't think there's any, detailed cost estimate or time estimate or vendor or any of that associated with it, but there's an idea there. There's the idea of using the transit center in some capacity, perhaps adding a shower, which I think is easy. It's the monitoring and how it all would work and getting the agreement of the transit folks. And then the third is renovating City Hall versus some other space, or perhaps renovating City Hall in a way that would still be useful in the future renovation of City Hall. Anyway, the point is those three are just ideas, but if we had comparative information, I don't think we can do them all, but we can do something. But I think we need more information to be able to compare them to make a reasonable decision. And I don't know who does that work, some combination of the committee and staff, I would assume.
Counselor Brown.
Yeah, thank you for enumerating those. Sal, I would add a fourth one to that list, which is the idea of identifying areas that people can camp in. So I think that's a pretty specific idea that people have put a lot of thought into already. And so
And a provider to go along with that.
yeah, exactly, not the city providing that service, but. And as for the question of how we do that, I mean, we cannot say the homelessness committee isn't giving us the recommendations we want or giving us information we want, therefore we can't do anything. Right. That's not all right. So if we're not getting what we want from the homelessness committee, even though we've asked them, even though we think we've been very specific and we're not getting it, then we have to move forward with staff. And, maybe there is a smaller group of counselors that can work on this or have individual conversations with service providers, with the outreach workers, with people who have that lived experience and can advise us, because I agree, we need that expert advice.
Scurry.
I would propose that I will draft something that looks like an RFP or an draft MOU that proposes criteria for what we would provide at an encampment location, what we would expect a provider to deliver as a partner in that encampment location. And in that interim, you will have heard the advice relative to whether you should do that or not, and then have criteria to respond to. It will be part of the packet. It will have public comment. The members of the homelessness committee can respond to it as at that time. If there is an intervening opportunity for the committee to see it ahead of time, I don't know the meeting schedule for all of that, but that is possible as well. I will say, I think with your limited funds, you should hone in on one thing, because I think you're going to want to save some money for winter, whatever happens in the winter, And whatever rendition of this conversation comes back around in the winter, that there just will not be enough to, put porta potties places, clean up encampments, install showers, run, trash pickups, all those sorts of things. I think we can just really get to where you all feel most prioritized and do that.
Counselor Doyle.
Yeah, I also just want to say, like, I think I appreciate all of this and the fact that I think we're honing in on clarity about how we're gonna get to a place where we can make decisions. I also just want to be really cognizant where we are as a city on our staffing levels of like not having an assistant city manager and like, if we're gonna pull it back from a committee and be like, let's have staff do it. I just think we got to be really cognizant of our capacity to do things, right? And I think we're all committed to wanting to help in whatever way we can to alleviate the situation and recognizing that this is a federal issue, a state issue. There's a lot of responsibility to go around, and we can't take on all of it.
I'd also just like to say to Ms. Little and Mr. Hughes and everybody who's on the committee, I know this is a little hard to hear. I don't want you to misconstrue this as council dumping on you for not doing something. I think that there is a lot, what I'm hearing from all the parties is that there's a lack of clarity. We've got there's the committee, there's the council, and there's staff, and everyone is waiting on someone else to say, this is what you should do, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing, and please don't misconstrue this conversation to be a lack of appreciation for your work. Having said that, I think that if we are going to take things back to committee, I would like to ask Councilor Sheridan and Brown and Mr. Jelasik, who is the staff person on there, to help make sure that whatever is discussed in that committee gets somehow synthesized and reported back to council in some sort of actionable form, preferably written, I would say, so that we can say, oh, we're going to vote on putting a picnic table at X location. That's something that we can action on. Beyond that, Councilor Gill, I hear you that it's not going to be the seven of us in this room that hash out where to put a picnic table or to hash out the details of an MOU with Montpelier Cold or someone else. So we do also need that from staff. And I also hear Councilor Doyle's point, which is staff doesn't have infinite time and we don't have infinite money. Right. So these are all of the things. Ms. Smith and Mr. Whitaker, I feel, does either of you have something else you'd like to add? Ms. Smith, go ahead. I'll give you another 2 minutes to speak.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, do you still have your hand up?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll come to you next. Sorry.
Good.
You were covered up by a window on my screen. Go ahead, please.
You mean me or?
Oh, sorry, Ms. Smith, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I am tremendously confused as why you are talking about a picnic table. I don't see any homeless people congregating around a picnic table. I see them looking for places to get out of the rain. And if you can put a picnic table somewhere, why can't you put something like a roof somewhere? I can't believe what I'm hearing. I really can't. There are numerous proposals. I know you all find Mr. Whitaker tremendously annoying, we all do, but he's brilliant. He's got ideas, and he created a proposal. Did anybody look at it? Anybody? Does he not count because he bothers you?
Sorry, which one of the 1,000 proposals are you talking about?
I have read the proposal you're talking about.
Yeah, pick one. Get these people out of the wind and the rain. Mr. I Know 17, Steve, Cat Stevens songs. I mean, we assume that your heart is in the right place with all that wonderful music you play. Is it? That's what we've been wondering. Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I just clarify how we got here? There was a special meeting on April 29th where a number of a large number of items were considered for council for the dimensions of action that they have authority and resources to take. And, from that discussion with citizen and provider input and the homelessness committee input, that is how picnic tables as a identification of a location where people might be able to spend time during the day grew out of as a action item on this list tonight.
Mr. Anderson, and then Mr. Whitaker will come to you. Go ahead, Steve.
Is Jim still waiting? Because
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, hold on a second, Steve. Jim, go ahead.
Okay, I want to answer something to Adrian. First of all, we have almost never had a quorum, so we can't vote on anything. We can't move anything forward. We just had a member resign. We have a new member that's only showed up for one meeting. We are always with 3 people. There's more staff there quite often with me, Carrie, and Matt than there is people on the committee. So for the council to keep saying, well, the committee isn't bringing us anything, we're not going to bring you anything if it stays like this. That's why I'm saying, let's take it up a level to us. Let's start realizing that we may not be able to get a quorum. We may not be able to vote anything to move forward to you unless you want to do things that, I don't know, if 2 people mention it, we move it forward to you, but we never, almost never have a quorum. And so we just spin our wheels. And that's why I'm saying I'd like to take some things up to the council and say, let's pick one and push forward on it. I mean, personally, I think we should push forward on the transit center myself. I mean, I think that the picnic tables is a distraction. Yes, it would be nice, but it's really not going to solve anything. It's not going to give anybody a place to sleep. It's not going to give anybody a place where they can camp without being bothered. I'm going to tell you what the lawyer told you. He already answered the question I asked, and it said everything. Anything we do on this matter is liable. It doesn't matter. We can talk to the lawyers for 3 meetings straight. Everything we do is going to be liable. So we either got to decide, do we want to be safe and not do anything, or do we want to pick something and go forward and take our chances? But right now, we're going to be in July very quickly. Before you know it, we're going to be in September. We all know how fast summer goes. So we gotta pick something, and we gotta work on it. And we may not be able to wait for the homeless committee because we just can't get a quorum. And I think we have to kind of move things ahead ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. All right, Mr. Whitaker, go ahead.
Steve Whitaker again. I could try to synthesize what Beth Ann brought to the homeless committee that didn't have a quorum at the time was pick 2 or 3 sites, and Matt Jelassic spoke about.
Sorry, I know I'm interrupting you. Just give me 1 second. I think that the manager has notes about that thing and is going to bring those to us. If you would like to use your time to comment on something else, I think what you're about to say may be covered very well by her effort.
Thanks
But
for that
go ahead.
clarification. I think it's for the benefit of the greater council that there are strong proposals about hygiene is inseparable from safe camping. And many of these people do not get along because they've been left outside so long. You cannot generalize that 1 or 2 sites is going to be enough. Beth Ann proposed 3 sites: Home Farm, Dog River, and Peace Park. Peace Park may be too close to the bike path, except all for the most well-behaved. But the model is where a management organization rewards the well-behaved with the choicer sites and has the discretion to say that's the only site available to you because of your behaviors. And then if you demonstrate. But it's a ladder of opportunity, but it's inextricable to the hygiene issue. If you don't have, you can't live outside with a porta potty. You've got to have hygiene, hot and cold running water to keep yourself from getting diseased. So if those couple of core elements sink in, you'll understand that Beth Ann is just reticent to offer a real solution because she thinks that the way McGrath talked about it, that you don't get any result or it's impossible financially. There's a lot of things that are impossible financially until you resolve to do them. And this one has been kicked around too long, and the hundreds of thousands that we had set aside in ARPA money for homeless services got reallocated. So there is a plan that reintegrates these folks into workforce and job training. They can help clean up the brownfield. They can help fix the sidewalks. They can learn skills.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much. Mr. Anderson, do you want to speak? And then Mr. Kelman, and then we're going to close public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. We will have a third person. Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
People want to feel like they're contributing to society. Everyone does. My peers, are capable of doing some things that the city just doesn't have the staff for. In other locations, there are places where people have red jumpsuits on and they may tend to the trash or what have you. I'm always focused on the flood. And so, there are opportunities to incentivize maybe cleaning certain areas. $900 is a lot of money. I could do it for $5. Spending taxpayer money is a concern for me. So I just ask that you possibly think about bringing me into the fold of the opportunities to alleviate a lot of the issues that have occurred and have been occurring for quite some time. I can tell you that some of the services make me feel, they're doing a great job. Not everyone, not everyone is struggling because of addiction. With the onslaught of technology, there's going to be a lot of other people who are going to be needing services that should not be looked upon as a problem. And so that perfect practice makes perfect. And I feel like we need to start practicing perfectly.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Kelman, and then what is your name in the back of the room? Mary. All right, so Mr. Kelman and then Mary, and then we'll be done with public comment.
I sent you guys an email back in May, and I just want to reiterate, waiting for, and Jim has explained this, but waiting for the homelessness committee to make concrete recommendations with details like you're asking for, Mark, that is not reasonable. It's not going to happen. The staff is going to need to look into the details. I think Sal's summary is a very good one. Trailers, Ribellini, Transit Center, City Hall basement, camping access, those are the 4 big ones. I understand that the staff is overworked. Well, draw on some people who actually know something. We used to have a homelessness task force. The homelessness task force had people on it who represented the service providers. There were some problems with that, but at least you were talking to people who actually knew how to get something done. We made recommendations. You have the Parker report. It was ignored, but the solutions are out there. We just have to figure out how to do them. And I think that has got to land on the city manager's desk. And I think the city council should tell her specifically, concretely, just like you want the city, just like you want the committee to. Look into these 4 issues, come back to us with analysis and recommendations, which I think is what she said she would do, I guess, at the next meeting, although time's a wasting. This committee cannot give you what I keep hearing you say they need to give you. I'm sorry that they can't do it. Please stop with that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Mary, if you'd like, you have 2 minutes and then we'll close public comment and we'll take a break.
Mary Messier, Montpelier. I don't really have 2 minutes worth. You know, these meetings, you hear so much and you can agree with a lot and you can disagree with a lot. And I just had a specific question. Kelly has mentioned that she's going to do some written things to ask some questions. Was that of the homeless committee? I kind of didn't know what you're referencing. And also, I just wanted to know that, and if there is something you're going to be sending out to people, I'd like to just know when that would be and who it goes to.
Would you like me to respond?
You may respond.
Yeah, I realize I've included some governmental speak and acronyms
Sorry.
in there.
Oh, I have a hearing problem, so maybe I have to go back there to hear, because
Okay, I'll talk louder. So what I committed to doing is writing either a draft request for proposals or memorandum of understanding.
sending that to.
I'm just putting it in the packet to council.
Oh.
And if the homelessness committee wants to respond to it and provide input, it's open, it would be published for all the public to respond to as well. But at this point, what I'm hearing is that the step, like taking the step to solicit the involvement from the committee has not been effective. And so the opportunity for any individual members of that committee to respond will be available, but we're not going to take that intermediary step. It will go into for council consideration to edit and adopt or not adopt. And anyone can comment on that.
So this is something you're writing up and will be sending out to people very soon, or you know, the council meets every 2 weeks.
So we publish our packet generally the Fridays before a council meeting, and anyone can access it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I haven't been coming to council meetings for a long time,
Sure.
so I wasn't really sure.
Mhm.
And just wanted to know that specific thing. The other thing I can say is I do think that it sounds like, it's always sounded like the transit center could be utilized. I do think the other company is taking over some of the bus infrastructure routes. I
Yeah.
forget what the name of the new Tri-Valley is.
Tri-Valley.
And, you know, I don't know how that plays into it, but I do think there was some good suggestions about some things that are doable during this meeting tonight.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Mary.
It does get very confusing though, and I think that really got to concentrate on clarity and sometimes maybe having to, you know, be as specific as we all can be, not pointing to any person or any committee, but sometimes the things get lost here.
Thank you, Mary. You're not wrong about that. Question to council, and first question to you, Manager Curry. Do you feel like you have a clear list of what you'll bring to us? And
At this point, I think I'm working on one thing. Well, 2 things, convening you all with your attorneys and writing this draft MOU that would, you know, a service provider could respond to. I think that some of the other things that are on this ongoing list are happening, you know, relative to the convening of partners, the additional, you know, stakeholder types of work, all of those things, those will be ongoing. Again, language for the encampment policy, I think, is something we have to consider and will need to be addressed. Should you want to move forward with that whole policy, will have to be revised in relation to what you decide. I could use some direction on the city hall on whether to continue to pursue the city hall space based on what I've reported out to you and the expectations that a provider would want to see in that space and the estimate of cost, which we do not have a budget to pay for, might be helpful because we can continue to run down that road, but I don't see that. I will respond related to the transit center. I acknowledge the dialogue that I missed at the last meeting, we have the opportunity to renegotiate that lease this year. I do think the uses at the transit center is going to merit a larger public conversation because there are competing demands on how the public may want to see the transit center use. And so it would, I think, not be good governance on your part to not more thoroughly consider options at that space and solicit public input on other potential uses for that space. Should the grant under which we have a grant agreements we need to comply with allow for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Gill.
Just a couple of comments. So for the transit center, I approved that based on I know you missed that meeting, but what we talked about was please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was to change over to the Tri-Valley.
Tri-Valley Transit.
Tri-Valley Transit. But the lease expires in December. So I said, yes, let's go ahead and move this over, but let's have these conversations now in terms of what can the use of the transit center be before we renegotiate the lease in December. So it's not a lot of time. So I think between July and December, we should have public engagement and conversations around what does that look like, because it is a city-owned asset, and how do we want to use it? So it is a very limited time to have those conversations. So I think that is one thing that, I'm very interested in learning about before we go into renegotiation of that lease in December. The other thing for the basement city hall, I don't think it's smart for us to invest in refurbishing that place if it's going to be I don't know how much you said.
$120,000.
$120,000 if it's just going to be torn down and redone. That's kind of silly.
And we don't have 100.
And we don't have $120,000. So I think from my perspective, that's something that we should not be looking at because we're going to be redoing it anyway. And let's think of other strategies for, let's be proactive in looking at winter shelters, cooling shelters, daytime shelters, whatever that location looks like. I would look to staff and the experts to share with us where that may be. And then I don't know if this was on your list, but the camping locations, that's also on the list. So, and I don't know what the trailer Rubellini is. People have mentioned that a couple times. I have no idea what that is.
Steve Rubellini has done some research on what it would cost to rent or purchase a trailer, like a tractor trailer sized trailer that includes 4 or 6 shower units or bathroom units, trailers that are designed for that purpose. And so he's done some of the legwork on what that would mean.
So he would pay for that.
No.
I don't think that was what he said.
I think we just have to be clear, the city can't pay for everything, right? As we said, we have a budget and we're not going to solve this crisis. The city is not going to be one and all of everything. So I think with these, items on here, I would love to have the city come back with, a report of some kind, said, here's all your options. This is how much it's going to cost. Here's the here's the benefit of doing this. Here's the risk of not doing this, and have data to help us make an informed decision on our limited budget that we have. What can we do the most with? What's going to give us the greatest benefit with our limited budget? That's what I want to figure out, but I can't make that decision because I don't have the information. So that's what I would like at our next meeting, is to have the city come back with the list that Kelly just provided so that we can make some data-driven decisions.
Kelly, can you speak to what a request like that, is that feasible for you to produce in the next 2 weeks? Is some portion of that feasible and some portion of that would need more time? What is your sense of what that ask means for you and staff?
I think that when we had the special meeting in April, it was trying to be a refinement of information that you had all already accumulated over a number of years. And I think now is sort of the time to decide on based on your values, like which of those items that are within our dimensions of action make the most sense for you to pursue. You know, because you can slice that pie a lot of ways. If you were asking me what I think the most data supported intervention would be, it's to build housing or to provide street outreach. But I don't think that that's what we're doing here. We're not looking at like comprehensive solutions. We're looking at what is the temporary, what are we trying to do in a temporary emergency situation? So, no, I don't think it makes sense to evaluate that because I think this is going to be a values judgment and a budget judgment for you all anyway.
Okay. Any other comments, Councilor Gill?
I think we should also go back to what our city plan says, right? So we did have that presentation in April, but we should go back to what we all approved in terms of what we should be focusing on. So, our city plan does outline, I don't have to read all of it, but continue the public restroom project and continue to improve public restroom program, continue to administer the encampment policy, continue peer outreach worker program, develop a new day shelter project, continue to fund emergency hotel motel room program, support homelessness prevention services, create a housing hub programs, develop a plan to identify and support location for unsheltered individuals to congregate during the day and to camp at night and to create a public education program. Like that's what we should be laser focused on, right? Because that's what we agreed in the plan. So, and I think all these items still align to our city plan. I don't think anything is an outlier, but for our city plan, for an organization, we should be getting updates on each of these items on at least a quarterly basis of where we are, what's happening, what's working, what's not working, what resources do we need? I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you really an update. If someone asked me today, what is an update on a lot of these, priorities for the city, I'd have a little bit of a hard time kind of telling them where we are now, where we're going and how we're filling that gap. So I just think
but this was all part of what was part of the discussion that you framed up, that we framed up on the 29th of April as well, was looking at components of the city plan, looking at components of prior, the Parker Advisors report and things. So that's why this is the limited immediate action list that staff is responding to.
Thank you, Councilor Gill. Appreciate that. I also just like to point out that in my estimation, staying laser focused on a list of 20 items is, it's easily a full-time job for at least one person. And I don't know that, I don't know that we could fault the current staff for not having been there already. Having said that, you're right. It would be great to have more clarity on all those things.
Mr. Mayor.
We are, yes?
Just gonna say, it's 9 o'clock. I think we customarily take a break at 8:30.
Yep, I'm gonna close this out, but I'm gonna say one other thing. Which is that there's a great desire for us to just act. Forget about the process, forget about going to committees, forget about, having conversations in the way that we're supposed to do them and just provide strong leadership and do. And yet we're also constantly doubted and criticized for not having enough inclusion, not debating things enough, not including all of the voices. So this is a big part of it. We also want to do this and this and this and this, and we have a very finite amount of resources with which to do them. So it's our job to hear all of the voices that we can hear and then weigh what limited things we are actually able to do. Ms. Smith, I appreciate your passion. And while I would love to have the ability to just make a decision and choose one of these things, you think I could? I can't even tell somebody that they can speak for 3 minutes or 5 minutes without making it a whole process. We're in recess. Thank you. Wednesday, June 24th at 9:17. We're going to come back to order. We're moving on to item number 9, which is the White and Burke contract amendment. I want to recognize that we have two applicants for the CVRPC appointment who are here in the room, and we're very grateful for your patience. We also have, where did she go? Yeah, Ms. Clark is here as well. Does anyone have an opinion of whether we keep these items like they are or if we swap them?
I think we should go with the committee amendment, sorry,
Okay,
because it's a very.
does that need to be
short-
done in a motion and a vote? To swap,
Yeah.
swap items? Okay, will you make that motion, please? And Ms. Clark, thank you very much for your patience and we're gonna, go ahead.
I make a motion to switch the places of these two agenda items and. Is
Great.
it?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or debate around on the topic? All in favor of swapping these two agenda items, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstained? Ms. Clark, thank you for being so patient. We're going to move first to item number 10, the CVRPC and TAC appointments. Manager Curry, do you want to tee this up for us? Thank you.
So you all have authority to appoint representatives to the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission and the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission's Transportation Advisory Committee. You have authority to appoint a regular and an alternate to both committees. We met earlier this year to discuss these appointments, and your current appointments expire July 1st. And so you all created an application form in order to solicit applicants for this, which has been live for 6 weeks, I believe, and recruiting applicants to apply. And now we've closed that application as of Monday. We did promote this across our website, across communication channels, in our managers weekly. We reached out to Complete Streets Committee relative to this. And so you have several appointments to consider for the CVRPC appointment. We did not receive any applications for the Transportation Advisory Committee, so we can keep that application open until we receive applicants to that, or you can request any of the other applicants if they wish to serve in that capacity, or you can ask us to come back with a staff recommendation for this appointment as well. So that's where we're at, and you created some criteria requesting that there is some planning experience, some knowledge of Central Vermont planning items, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Counselor Gill.
One question and then I'll recuse myself, but are there 3 or 4 applicants?
Let's see.
There are 4, including Mike Miller.
Okay, so I think Aaron wasn't on the cover sheet.
Yeah, there are 3 on.
Right, I think his application came in over the weekend when we left them open, and this was published on Friday. So my apologies for that.
Okay.
His application information is included in the spreadsheet that was sent along with everyone else. Counselor Alfano?
I'm just wondering, was that in the packet? The spreadsheet, the application?
No.
Actually,
The
application.
spreadsheet was sent along separately.
So the council is the only ones who received that?
Yes. And I'm happy to put that up now, if you wish, and read the names of the applicants, which are our planning director, Mike Miller, Justin Dreschler, Anthony Arapino, and Aaron Kasicki.
Great, and then Counselor Gill, you had one more.
So, recuse myself from this process. My brother-in-law, Anthony Arapino, is one of the applicants. So just to avoid any actual or perceived conflict of interest, I'll recuse myself from discussion and I won't be voting on this appointment.
Thank you. We'll hold public comment in just a moment. First, are there any clarifying questions from anyone on council? There are not. Yes, go ahead, Councilor Cohn.
Thank you for applying for this position. Can we ask applicants if they consider being alternate or they really want to be primary?
I think
ones?
that as the applicants come forward and
They can-
make a
they can
statement,
say that.
we can ask them whatever we'd like to
Yeah,
ask.
thank you.
So with that in mind, hang on one second. I would like to invite the applicants to come forth and make a statement and then be available for questions. I'm going to just go with the order that is on the cover sheet. With the, well, Mr. Miller's not here, correct? And I think
He's not, he would be happy to be an alternate. He would be happy for you all to choose whoever you choose.
Great. And I think we're all very familiar with Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Okay, so then the next person on the cover sheet is Mr. Yarpino. Thank you for coming.
Hi, Anthony Arpino, 4 Saban Street. Thank you for having me and opening the application process, and thank you for your service to the city, coming to the meeting tonight and just sitting in for the previous agenda items. I'm reminded what a tremendous service it is that you all provide. I'll be brief because I've tried my best to answer your questionnaire as fully as I could, but I've lived in Montpelier and Central Vermont for a couple of decades. I've worked and recreated throughout the region, first as a clean water attorney for an environmental nonprofit, and now as an attorney in private practice, where I confront the regional plan on a regular basis through the Act 250 regulatory process, the Section 248 regulatory process, Act 250 for development of housing and commercial development, and Section 248 for renewable energy and utility projects. So not only am I familiar with the Central Vermont Regional Plan and the planning process, but also regional plan in the state of Vermont, and had to apply those in my work on behalf of people who are trying to do things like help solve the twin crises that are facing Central Vermont region, but also the state of Vermont and also America and the world. And those are a housing crisis and a climate crisis. So I come to this work really focused on looking at the issues confronting our region through those two lenses, knowing that while those crises deeply affect our region, we're not an island in terms of solving those, that there are people doing work outside the Central Vermont Regional Planning region that are working on those and trying to bring solutions that benefit us here in the Central Vermont Planning region. And as similarly in the Central Vermont Planning region, we're doing things in a planning capacity that are trying to ripple out and provide positive things into the world. Very aware of clean water issues, having worked on Lake Champlain, where in our region we're part of a larger watershed, so I bring that kind of thinking to the process. I've served on the Montpelier Conservation Commission before, so I've looked at kind of similar mapping exercises that the Planning Commission does, looking at resources, prioritizing how to protect them, balancing them against other priorities like for development. And I've been looking for ways to serve the city. When this application process came up, I thought I'd raise my hand. I think highly of the other names that have been mentioned. So I don't think you can make a bad choice, but I'd be very happy to use some of my time privilege to serve the city in this representative capacity. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about my experience or interest.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask 3 questions that I think maybe are on several people's minds. First, would you be willing to serve as an alternate if asked?
Sure.
Are you interested at all in applying for the TAC appointment if not chosen for this appointment?
That's a little more specialized area than I'm feel comfortable and qualified.
Okay.
to do and interested, frankly.
There's no right
Yeah.
right or wrong answer. And then I think all of our applicants are attorneys. And so looking at your book of clients, do you feel that that the folks that you represent would cause you to recuse yourself often for conflict of interest?
I don't think so, because I don't think there would ever be an actual conflict of interest. I'd be very comfortable disclosing, who I represent and how their interests might be affected. But there's very rarely a straight line between one client's interest and the regional plan. It is a high level document, and it is true that the regional plan is considered in the context of individual projects, but I don't think it rises to the level of an actual conflict. I mean, we've had Mike Miller on as our representative, and his work as a city official has been considered and passed upon by the Regional Planning Commission. So I don't think there's any more of a conflict being someone representing folks from the private sector and trying to infuse that perspective into the Regional Planning Commission's work, as there would be if you had someone from the public sector whose work product is looked at, passed upon, and judged by the Planning Commission. But I think for the sake of transparency, I would be very clear about representing people who are trying to do housing development in the city of Montpelier and in other communities in the Central Vermont Regional Planning region, as well as renewable energy development. But as I said, like most of the time, what's being done at the planning level for regional planning is regional in nature. And most of the time, what I'm doing for development for an individual client is very site specific. So there is an intersection, but it's, as one of several commissioners, I would not feel that it would be necessary or appropriate for me to recuse. I would feel it would be appropriate for me to disclose and to let other commissioners, of whom I would be just one vote, take whatever I say in the discussion into with a grain of salt based on what I disclose in terms of the private interests that I represent that, have a stake in how we plan for our future in this region.
Great, thank you. Other counselors?
I have a question
Counselor,
just
go ahead.
about, I'd love to hear more about your thinking about the relationship. I mean, you have excellent expertise and understanding of planning issues. I'm wondering though, like the degree, the kind of line of accountability of council setting direction, right? And how you see the relationship between the council setting the direction, planning commission setting the direction, and then your role as the representative on the regional planning commission. Do you know what I mean? Like whose point of view are you representing when you're in that role?
Yeah, if you appoint me as a city representative, I'm trying to represent the city, and the city speaks on planning issues through its elected and appointed bodies. So I think it would be a liaison role. I don't have a specific personal agenda for the Regional Planning Commission, other than I live in this region, I work in this region, I love this region. I want to see it thrive. I want to see it do a better job meeting the challenges that it confronts. But the emphasis on representative, you're there to carry the voice of the city into that regional planning discussion, and the city speaks through its expert and elected bodies.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions?
There's no other questions. With all due respect, I have had other commitments, so I don't mean to be disrespectful. I trust whatever you decide, but I'm gonna go.
Thank you so much for coming
Thank
and for being so patient. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Arpino. All right, we're sticking to this, so we'll go next to Mr. Dreschler and then to Mr. Kosicki last. Mr. Dreschler, are you available? Here you go.
Indeed, I am. Hey, everybody. Justin Dreschler. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I've been in Vermont for like the last 10 years with my family, got a couple of young kids in the schools. My wife is in the schools in a volunteer or volunteerish capacity. Um, yeah, I've been wanting to do something for the city. I've been on a smattering of committees in the past, and I've been happy with the work we've done. I've been really proud of it. And, so I figured I wanted to try to give something back to the city again because I've got a little bit of time in my hands. As you all know, I was running for mayor until someone talked me out of it. And so since that project died, I want to take on another. Regarding my experience, I have none in this particular area at all, literally none. In that regard, Anthony is quite a bit more qualified than I am. However, I also don't think it matters at all to have experience on these particular committees. Um, Everything can be learned along the way. You're not a decision maker, you're not a policy maker. I mean, I have talked to the executive director of the CVRPC at length about the position. I'm very confident that I can handle whatever's thrown at me. What I think actually matters for these committees is that you show up and you work hard. That's been my experience, is those are the people that are most effective, the ones who are willing to put in the time, not the ones that necessarily have the expertise. And that is what I can promise. If you look at my work product in the past, I'm extremely proud of it. And I think if you talk to anybody who's worked with me, they say that I'm relatively easy to work with. I at least play nice at a minimum. And that's it. But I also don't care. And Anthony would be awesome. And I'm just here to help if you guys need help. And to preemptively answer the conflict question, I am an attorney. I do not practice in Vermont. I mean, I'm barred, but I don't practice here, so conflicts would never be an issue for me.
Great. Would you be willing to serve as an alternate if asked?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what an alternate would do. I mean, I suppose show up as our rep at meetings that people couldn't get to. And actually, I'm going to say no to that. I feel pretty strongly that someone shouldn't be half in, half out for a position like this. So I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, well said. Other questions from council?
Good, thank you.
No.
Great.
Okay.
I'm going to
Mr.
bed.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Bye,
very much
everybody.
for sticking it out here this long. Appreciate
Yep.
you. Okay, Mr. Kosicki.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Kosicki. Is the microphone on?
You got it, Mr. Finn? Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Mr. Cook, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, Aaron Kosicki. Thanks for having me tonight. I would just say that just by way of background, I'm also an attorney. I'm a public attorney. I've worked for the state for about 15 years in a variety of capacities. As it's noted in my application, I have experience in energy development through my work with the Public Utility Commission, which I currently work with right now. I've also worked with the Department of Public Service. I also have extensive experience in environmental issues across a variety of issues with my work with the Agency of Natural Resources. So that's sort of my professional background. I think my most salient qualification for this position is that I've been on the Planning Commission here in town for the last 8 years. I've been the chair since this past fall. And so I've been, I've taken a laboring oar in developing the town plan, which was a significant undertaking. It took a long time to do. We're now moving into a wholesale revision of our zoning regulations. So that's just to say that over the past 8 years, I've really tried to take a deep dive into the planning issues that affect Montpelier, and I think I have a good working knowledge of what those issues are, and I can translate those well in terms of advocating for the city's position at the regional level. I would just say also, I think a big reason why I'm applying for this is because at the regional level, we have two sort of significant issues that are coming up that I think that I would be sort of uniquely qualified to weigh in on. First one is as the town moves towards hopefully obtaining Act 181 Tier 1A status for development, that's going to be a pretty significant undertaking. There's a lot of, it's a very fluid situation that's kind of unrolling as the Land Use Review Board sort of rolls out their process for that. I think it's very important that there's a lot of communication between the regional planning folks, the town, the planning commission, to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that we can get that application in and do it the right way so that we can ensure success on that front, which I think is critical as we move forward for, you know, the city's really the development plans for the city in the next decade and beyond. The other issue is the town, the regional planning commission right now is trying to undertake a revision of their regional plan. Right now they're updating their future land use map that the planning commission was just shown last 2 meetings ago. So that's an undertaking that I'm fairly familiar with, given my experience with developing the town plan. And because I was so intimately familiar with developing the town plan, it allows, I think I have a pretty unique perspective in being able to take the city's priorities as they are articulated in the town plan and make sure those are advocated for at the regional level while they make those revisions to their regional plan. I don't see that there's going to be a lot of necessarily conflict as they develop that plan, but we want to make sure that if there are sort of tension points between where the city wants to be vis-a-vis the regional plan, that we know where those tension points are, we can address them in an effective way. I think I would like to speak to some of the questions that you had before, which is, I have a good working relationship, obviously, with the planning commission, with Mike Miller, who I think has been, you know, he's a real resource for the town. We're very lucky to have him. And so whether or not he continues to serve on the regional planning commission, I think he'll be instrumental in helping whoever the representative is there to really make sure that we have a nuts and bolts working understanding of, you know, how we advocate for those positions. And also, I just say, since I started to chair the planning commission, we've been trying to better engage with other subcommittees and with the city council itself as we move forward in our projects. And to further that, I think I'd like to, if chosen, I would like to make sure that the regional representative has regular contact with city council so that everybody's coordinated, especially with respect to the Tier 1A project. I think that, again, that's very critical. So that's what I would strive to do. So hopefully that's enough for you. If you have any questions, happy.
Just to be consistent, if asked to serve as an alternate, would you be willing to do that?
Sure.
And if not chosen for this, would you have any interest in the TAC?
I've thought about this. I don't know enough about the position, frankly, to say yes or no to that. I would consider it if that's where it ended, if that's the request was made, but I wouldn't have an answer for you as I sit here
Okay.
right now.
Thank you. And I think you already answered the conflict of interest part. You work for this, you're an attorney, but you work for the.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this is just to be very clear, because part of my job is involved with reviewing Section 248 renewable energy project petitions. That does include a requirement that we review regional plans as part of that review process. With that said, the Utility Commission does have a fairly robust sort of process for ensuring that there's no conflicts of interest. I mean, we're a relatively small group, but we can move cases around. So if there is a potential conflict, but on the front end, you know, there would be a discussion at the PUC to determine whether or not if recusal as the representative in the RPC sending comments to the commission on a particular proposed project, if I could just recuse myself, if that would be enough. If it's not, we could figure out a way. I mean, I will say the risk for a conflict under that situation is fairly low. It's possible, but I'm confident that there are ways to address it. I just, without seeing a particular, you know, proposal in front of the commission, I don't know exactly how we would address that conflict.
Sure. And just for clarity, I'm asking everyone this, not to say like, would there ever be a conflict of interest, but to say, would your work make you have to recuse all the time and therefore render?
Yeah,
You know,
there's a world in which I might have to do that, but it would not be regular or
okay, thank you.
a risk situation. So.
Other questions from council? Councilor Alfano.
Hi, Aaron. I'm just wondering, the time commitment wise, you know, there's a lot of subcommittees in the RPC.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering how it might affect your position on the commission, planning commission.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I appreciate you asking it. I have had extensive conversations with Mike Miller about the time commitments and whatnot, and I've thought long and hard about those before I applied, and I feel confident that if selected, I can manage those time commitments. So
And stay on the city's planning commission.
I've I would say this is that I mean, as the chair, you know, it becomes a little more of an all-encompassing sort of situation. And again, I feel like I have a fairly, again, we are very lucky because we have a professional planning staff that does a lot of the legwork for the city planning commission. So a lot of the sort of work that I think other planning commissioners do in other towns, we don't necessarily have to do. So it does sort of lighten the load for the city planning commission a
So
little
I
bit.
think you would stay at least for a while
My stay,
on that planning commission.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, other questions from council? Mr. Kosicki, thank you so much.
Great.
You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go. We totally get it.
Thank you. I'm gonna go grab some dinner. It's
I
late for me.
appreciate we appreciate your willingness. To
Yeah, I
stay
thought to
this way.
myself, I was like, well, 7:30, they'll get to it. And then I realized, you know, but thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to open up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this topic? And I'll just say for anyone who wants to speak, either in the room or on Zoom, these three folks are stepping up to volunteer to work on the behalf of our community as to the best of our ability. If we could keep our comments constructive and devoid of personal characterizations or attack, that'd be great. Mr. Whitaker, go ahead.
I'll take that personally. I will reserve my personal experiences with the work product of these folks for private conversations. But in the interest of the fact that the cover sheet came out with only 3 people on it, and it said the supporting documents, but the supporting documents were not in the packet. So the public has not had any opportunity to review, comment, or advise y'all on any of these candidates. That's a fault of the packet process. But this is definitely going to require an executive session. So I'm going to ask you, because I haven't yet seen the applications, I do know that I have more experience and time investment in the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, the Transportation Advisory Committee, the Project Review Committee, the Municipal Plan Review Committee, the Brentfield Committee, and the Regional Plan Committee than any of these candidates. I'm not applying right now for obvious reasons related to the Tier 1A. But it's unfair to the public for you not to hear from the public informed by the applications and to have some private conversations with the pros and cons. Probably meant both ways. So I'm going to suggest that you postpone this decision. There's no pending issues at the Regional Planning Commission that are urgent. Mike Miller should not be reappointed in any capacity, and I will present the list of misrepresentations he's made to y'all as well, or to the Land Use Review Board. But in that light, I can save you some time by recommending that you postpone this to your next meeting and your executive session, and try to wrap this up, because it's unfair to the public for you not to have heard from people who've read the applications.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this topic? Anyone online that would like to speak to this topic? All right, seeing none, I suppose the next, how we do this? Are there any other clarifying questions from council before we entertain a motion to either go into executive session or to move one of these folks forward and appoint them? Manager Curry?
I'm sorry, I lacked some clarity. Was there an interest by board members to go into executive session to
No, I'm just,
discuss these?
I think
Customarily, I
Yeah,
believe
usually we do
we've
that.
done that when discussing, if there's multiple candidates for a position. Customarily, we've done that.
Okay, well, Counselor Brown, thank you.
I will make a motion to go into executive session unless somebody is, really ready to charge forward with some other motion, which it looks like they're not. And I'll send the wording to you because it's long. So because of the need to evaluate multiple applicants in order to make an appointment to the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission, I move that we go into executive session to consider the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A3 of the Vermont statutes.
I'm gonna object based on the lack of the application.
We've heard your comment, Mr. Whitaker. Thank you. Is there, yes?
I would like to comment on that. The requirement for warning notice is to warn the topic that you will be discussing. You do not have to provide all detail that council might be considering relative to that consideration of any item on the agenda, so long as it has been properly warned, which this meeting and this item has been.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
A second.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Alfano. Is there any discussion on this motion or debate? Okay, then, unless we need to read the whole thing back, all in favor of going into executive session to discuss these three candidates? Counselor Gill, do you have a comment or question?
Should we say that I will not be invited into executive session?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Thank
we need to make that clear.
Okay, so with the exception of Counselor Gill, is there
Sorry, I'm sorry, I missed it. Are we inviting Manager Curry into executive session?
I didn't make the motion.
Oh,
My
yeah,
assumption
sorry.
is yes. So is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone else that needs to be invited in before we take a vote on this? Okay, so the motion before us is to go into executive session and invite Manager Curry and exclude Counselor Gill for the purposes of discussing these three candidates. Or four candidates, yes, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we're entering into executive session.
Jim. How do we tell them?
Oh, what's my,
Oh.
hey, Jim, you gotta switch into the other meeting to get into the executive session. And I asked Kelly, I said, did somebody send him the link?
And we are coming, it's 10:01 and we're coming back from executive session. Do I have to say any special words?
Either there needs to be a motion or unanimous consent.
Okay. If there's no objection, we're going to return from executive session. Seeing no objection, we're back. We'll now entertain a motion. Was there any further discussion before we do that?
I'm just trying to get to the cover sheet. Did we move to come out of executive session?
Well, we did it by unanimous consent.
Okay. I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, please.
I will move to appoint Aaron Kasicki as the city's primary representative to the CVRPC for the one-year term beginning on July 1, 2026. And I will move to appoint Mike Miller as the city's alternate representative to the CVRPC for the one-year term beginning July 1st, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or debate on this topic?
I just want to say that the committee has great respect for all four candidates. But we felt that given the gravity of the situation, of the changes that are coming with the Tier 1A and Act 181, that these two candidates have the deepest experience with the planning process and will do the best job representing the interests of the city.
Thank you. Well, I guess we're taking public comment. Mr. Whitaker. No, we already took public comment on this. So I'm sorry, we already took public comment on this. We're not going to take any more. But thank you.
Now you're in discussion on a different motion.
We're on the same agenda item and we're under discussion. We're not taking public comment. We're not
And
taking
I'm
public
raising-
comment at this time.
Raising the comment that you were not informed because we did not get the applications.
Thank you. We heard your comments before, during public comment, and we appreciate you. All right. The motion before us is to approve Aaron Kasicki as our primary representative to CVRPC, and Mike Miller as the alternate. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? One recused. So that's an abstention. Anyway, it's 5-0. It passes. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, having said that, I want to express tremendous gratitude to Stephanie Clark for waiting all of this time. And we're now going to go back to agenda item number 9, the White and Burke contract amendment. Ms. Curry, would you like to tee this up for us, please?
So you all have contracted with White and Burke since October of last year to support your endeavors on selecting a developer for the Country Club Road housing project. And as you all know, over the many months that the process grew beyond the initial scope, which was to, the initial scope would have been to have had the subcommittee make a recommendation to City Council as a whole on a selected developer by about mid-April. Your conversations throughout the process included additional public process, additional vetting of developer application, requests for further information, refinement of the developer's pool, a second round of proposal requests and additional information vetting from them. And we are still in that process where the subcommittee is reviewing that information, where White and Burke is analyzing the financial information of the viability of the potential partners to help the subcommittee make a recommendation to council in July. Subsequent to that, there's a proposal for additional scope to assist with moving through the development agreement process, where they would help us think through questions with the developer related to sequencing the project, phasing of the development, grant applications or TIF applications, CHIP applications, excuse me, those kinds of things, and refining an agreement that council would then be expected to enter into around October. So the initial grant or the initial contract was started in October 2025 for an amount of $50,000. It was amended in April for an additional $18,000 up to $68,000. And then the request now is to carry the contract for what would be a 12-month term. So from October of last year to October of this year, for an amount not to exceed $130,000, which is essentially a doubling of the term of the contract and a doubling of the amount for the scope of services. And so that is what is before you today. I do not expect any further contract amendments or any further scope revisions that would come forward through the completion of this work. You all are endeavoring on a huge housing project that could generate tens of millions of dollars of additional assessed value and delivery of 300 units of housing for the community. And so it continues to be my recommendation that the services of White and Burke are invaluable to this process and, will help advance this in the most professionalized way possible to set you up for success. So that's Stephanie is on. She's joining us from vacation. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that makes it worse.
And is here to answer any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Kelly, could I say one thing real
Yeah.
quick? Yeah, I just wanted to comment. The only way that we would be like the scope as we understand it today in June 2026. If the scope changed again, if there's a different element that we're not expecting of some sort beyond just what's normal in a negotiation of a development agreement or a LOI, whatever we end up entering into, those have a lot of variability. We're prepared for that. But if there's some directed scope change from city council, that would require a scope change from us as well. So just pointing that out.
Any clarifying questions from council? None at all. Okay. Public comment, Mr. Whitaker.
Steve Whitaker again. The contract amendment raises White and Burke's authorization from 50,000 last October to 68,000 in April to as much as 130,000 now, while leaving in place the firm's exclusive right to market agreement and a supplemental fee of up to 300,000 tied to growth in the grand list. Each of these steps exceeds the 20,000 competitive bidding. This was a violation of the purchase policy in October, and it was non-compliant with our sole source requirement. In context, White and Burke is still under a 2022 contract for project management, which they have failed to deliver and manage the project, which has resulted in the brownfield going off the rails. And the brownfield is the thing that is going to delay this project by years. The Miller correspondence with Stone Environmental says that the brownfield completion will not be completed until at least 2030. And that information was probably not given to the developers. That was based on the brownfield delineation having started this past spring. The work plan is not yet written, and this council has yet to determine a cleanup standard for all or part. There's two different cleanup standards, one averaged mixed, which will require cap and regulation, the other being a method 3, which would allow for food production. That standard is much more expensive and time consuming to conduct. Without those decisions being made, we are likely in 2031, which means both the Northern Borders Regional Commission 3 million and the 5 million will have lapsed. the 3 million lapses in 2029 from Northern Borders and the 5 million lapses in 2031. And if we don't have the housing built by 2031 and occupied, we either have to pay back that money. So
Thank you.
this project has been grossly mismanaged, and it's all for the profit of the consultant.
Thank you for your comment.
And y'all need to put a cap on it. The $20,000.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much for
The
your comment.
20,000 lawyer
Mr.
fee.
Whitaker, thank you. We
You need-
appreciate your comment.
And I'm gonna tell you, the lawyer fee also was required to be
Mr. Whitaker,
bid.
your time has expired. Thank you. Your time is done. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak to this topic? Ms. Curry?
I would clarify, we did solicit 3 proposals for the legal services, which you've already approved per our ordinance. Thank you.
I'd also like to just say, like, I feel, as a member of the committee, I felt like we've been extremely well served by Stephanie and Brian. I mean, if this process has gone on longer or changed direction, it's because we've made it do that, right? We've continually gone back for more information, more iterations, more due diligence, more conversation, more consideration. And, they've rolled with the punches, and I feel like the proof is in the pudding. We put out the RFP, we got lots of great proposals. We've done the work, we've done the due diligence, and we're continuing that process. And I just feel like, frankly, Mr. Whitaker puts a lot out there. And I think it's just important for us who are on the committee and on this council who believe in this work to say, by my judgment, I feel like we're being well served. And I'm very supportive of extending this contract so that we can continue to see this project through. It's vitally important to our city, and it's what our citizens want.
Okay. Any other comments from the public online? Be great if there were a motion.
I move to approve the amendment to the October 2025 contract, the White and Burke, to an amount not to exceed $130,000 with an expected completion date of October 2026, and direct the city manager to enter into the amended contract form.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion or debate on the topic?
I'd just
Oh,
say that
Councilor
I agree entirely with Ben's evaluation of the situation. We've been extremely well served by White and Burke. And wouldn't have gotten nearly this far in the time we had without their help.
Great, thank you for that. Any other comment, discussion, or debate? All right, then the motion before us is to approve the amendment to the White and Burke contract for a total amount not to exceed $130,000 to complete the Country Club Road developer selection and negotiation, initial conceptual site planning and project management planning, and for the city manager to enter into an amended contract form with White and Burke. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That's a nay, Jim?
Yep.
Okay, any abstentions? Or we have one abstention, so we have 4 of, Counselor Cohn abstains. So we have, correct me if I'm wrong, I counted 4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Just do a roll call.
Oh, we do a roll call, thank you. All right, we'll do one by one. Counselor Sheridan, yes or no?
No.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Cohn?
Abstain. Sorry.
Thank you. Counselor Alfano?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Counselor Gill?
Yes.
All right, that's 4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstention. The motion carries. Once again, Ms. Clark, thank you so much for attending on vacation at all. Thank you for sticking it out this long, and thank you for the work that you're doing for our city.
It's a pleasure. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. All right. With that, I'd like to note that it is 10:15. We have one other potentially very lengthy item on the agenda.
Well, I'm happy to do it at another more energetic time. I will say I made this presentation to city leadership team earlier today. And it did take about 45 minutes. And so I want to honor the fact that we also have 4 other things that will also be slated for public comment remaining on the agenda. And I look to you all to direct if you would like me to present this now. Again, I'd be happy to do it at a more energetic time when I don't have a babysitter waiting that I thought would be gone by now.
Councilor Gill.
Love to have your presentation to look over and then have it presented at next council meeting. I'd like to look at it. I like to absorb information and then hear you talk about it. I just think I'm not gonna be able to pay attention for 45 minutes on like a really important topic at the end of our 4-hour meeting. So I really want to pay attention.
I will just foreshadow, happy to share my slide deck. It is kind of bullets, so the narrative will be an important aspect of the presentation as well, but.
That's my opinion.
Is this something that we have to move and second and vote on, or can we? Just-
I would agree with Adrian. I feel like I think it's really important. I think the mood needs to be right and we need to give it the time it deserves.
All right, so I think that
If,
if there's no objection, yes, Councilor Khan?
Just one addition, not objection. Can we start with this presentation next time? So can we have this the first agenda item, if it is possible?
Time by me.
Okay, just, yeah,
Can I say, we'll make every effort to make that the
yeah,
case?
yeah,
Okay.
fair
thank you.
enough. Thank you.
Great. So we will, I think Robert's Rules of Order says punt this issue.
you can punt if there's no objection.
Okay, no objections, so we'll punt this till next time. So with that, we're going to move to other business. Now, I have an honest question here. What other business, when we were in I mean, is other business just general business and appearances on the back end? That is what it was used as during our pilot, but we're not doing that anymore, right? But it is an agenda item, so we still have to hold public comment. Right? Is there any other business?
No, I don't have any other business.
Okay, I mean, but we did agree that we would hold public comment on every agenda item. So is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on other business? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak on other business? All right, seeing none, we're done with item number 12. We're going to move on to item 13, City Council reports. Let's start with, we'll go to you, Councilor Sheridan.
I only got one comment. We're probably better to watch than Survivor.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said we're probably better viewing than Survivor.
Oh, well, thanks. I think. All right, let's go to Councilor Gill.
Nothing to report.
Councilor Brown,
No, I have no report tonight.
Councilor Alfano, Councilor Cohn.
I just want to thank everyone coming to our meetings and sharing their inputs. But I just want to remind that we are all neighbors. And although we are elected officials, we are still all neighbors. So I really appreciate when people share their input with us. They should think that what to say and how to say. So I really like any of us in a challenging situation. I feel so stressed out. I think nobody deserves that. So I just want to make a comment about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cohn. Councilor Doyle. No report. No report. All right. Do we have to hold public comment on these items as well? Yeah. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on the city council reports? All right, seeing none, the clerk's report, Mr. Odom.
I would only mention that for the next meeting, we're gonna have to do that thing we do sometimes where the BCA has a little mini meeting for 5 minutes ahead.
BCA?
The Board of Civil Authority,
Oh, right.
sorry.
Thank you.
It's much like the Board of Abatement, and thank you all for coming the other night. That made the difference. So yeah, I mean, there's just a couple, like, I think 3 sort of perfunctory items that the BCA needs to approve going into the next election is all. It's something we do sometimes. And that's all.
So is that an additional meeting that happens before 6:30, or does that just happen at the top of our meeting?
It would be an additional meeting that happened at 6:25.
Oh, okay.
Basically.
It's that quick.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as everybody can be here, because we would need a quorum. That would be the only thing that would slow us down.
So we need 4.
We need a total of 7 people, which is why we always like to do it in a council meeting, because you all are captive as it is. I will try to, I mean, other members of the board will, I'm sure, Zoom in as well to make up, hopefully to make up for any gaps if somebody isn't here.
All right, so mark your calendars. Any public comment on the clerk's report? Right, city manager's report?
I will be speedy. So the
Please don't rush. Take the time that you need.
well, there's a lot to discuss, but so the updated grand list assessments have been posted online, and I'm looking at the city clerk. It's not the appeals process, the grievance process is open, and that grievance hearing will be held on July 6th. And, the assessor will be holding those hearings. So just of public interest to folks, I wanted to alert that to your attention. Obviously everything happening in the police department right now is of major attention for me. We have had 2 additional officer resignations, so we will be down 4 officers come mid-July. We additionally have 2 vacancies that they've been endeavoring to fill. One is forwarded to the academy to begin in August, and the second is, under consideration in background checks. That will have an effect on operations. And, I'm in frequent conversations with the leadership at the police department who are thinking through that. I will be appointing an interim chief very shortly. I have 2 internal candidates I'm considering for that. I additionally have an RFP for executive search services that has gone out, and that's a quick turnaround in order to request support for doing that search process for the next future chief of police. It takes a long time to onboard new police officers. I think we need to have a broader conversation about how kind of we manage the recruitment, retention, and long-term planning for the police department in order to take into account the fact that it takes about 15 months to recruit someone who's never served as an officer and get them trained in every way to where they can actually be operating on their own on patrol. So definitely more to discuss there. It's a challenging environment with the summer is higher activity, higher number of calls. Folks are not able to take their time off. We have quite large leave banks that and comp time banks that the officers over there have built up. And so it's just a stressful environment. And, again, I think we need to be talking about it frequently. Let's see, we're still working through the fire union contract. The city has put forward what I think is a good defensible proposal. We're meeting with their contracting team, their negotiating team next week. They did trigger a fact-finding process, which is sort of the next elevation in the union contract law about negotiations where we've agreed on a fact finder that the costs will be split by the city and the union for their essential research onto the proposals at hand and how they match to comps and things like that. It's possible that if we reach a negotiation, that process can be halted. We will need to know that by mid-August before it's kind of really locked in for that fact-finding process to then come back with a proposal for both sides to consider. Related to, I think I want to come back with all options for you all to consider relative to public comment and how different options for you to consider for how to structure agendas in ways that are more productive than I think what we experienced tonight. The law gives you a lot of latitude as an elected body on how to facilitate public comment. It essentially says you have to offer an opportunity for it, and you need to set a rule and apply that even-handedly at your meetings. How that looks is going to be based on your preferences. And I think that staff can sort of help propose some ideas on the types of items that would benefit the public for public comment and you for public comment, while also moving the business of the council along productively. And so I'd like to do that, but which is just to say, you know, we had a lot of discussion tonight about when things were voted on and which specific elements and how many minutes. You know, my proposal to you would be we can repeal and replace anything that's been adopted in the past and create a new condition and new expectations that reflect your values and desires for public meetings and set those clearly for the public as well. But again, you have a lot of latitude on how to do that. And so we'll come back with some more things for you to think through in that way. And number of infrastructure projects going on, as you know. Elm Street Waterline project is also starting this week as well. They had some initial work starting today, and so you'll see more of that. So I'll leave it at that for tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there any member of the public which wishes to comment on the mayor's report? City manager's report. Yeah, well, the mayor's report's next. I don't have a lot to report. As I'd said before, I've been regularly going to these lunches, and I do find them really meaningful. I would invite any or all of you to join me for lunch, join me and a whole bunch of other people for lunch. I appreciate what you said, Councillor Cohn, about all of us being neighbors and about the way that we deliver things. And at the same time, I agree with you. Messages are always better received when they're not accompanied with being slapped about the face. At the same time, people are frustrated, and we are unable to deliver the solutions that everybody wants. And so we're going to be the targets of that frustration, or places for that to vent. And for better or worse, we signed up to sit in these seats, and part of that is sometimes taking harsh words. And also, if people could deliver those words with respect and kindness, that's much appreciated. We are all people and we're all neighbors. But with that, I have nothing else to report. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.